fucking back? Is anybody out there? Is anybody out there? Is anybody out there? We cannot finish installing updates. Am I live? Like what? Am I live? Am I live? Am I live on the internet? Am I live? I'm live. Refresh. That was really irksome. Like, when it crashed. What were we talking about? We were in like a riveting conversation, and then I tried to show the GIF for climate change, and it crashed OBS, and then my webcam was stuck to the prior OBS process that can't be ended by the task manager, so I rebooted my computer, and guess what? There was a Windows update. So it totally fucked everything. And now we're out of the conversation. I've heard some pretty grim outlooks on climate change, that like, yeah, that it's catastrophic. Some grim takes on it. The idea that even if we did everything we can, like right now, it's still gonna get fucked up. Alright, Hazuki. I know. I want like the lightest. Okay, here's what I want. I want the lightest OS. And it's built for streaming. The OS is. And the best fucking streaming software that just like lets me control my world and has like Photoshop-esque layers and filters, and it has like deep learning, like augmented makeup built into it. And I would just be live and I'd be hanging out. Yeah, that's what I want. And someone should get on that shit. And it should be a good OS. It should be a good OS. And it should be secure, and it could power my life. I would stream and like get all the value. All the value of me would be online. And I would just be in it. And there'd be like cameras set up in my room, and like the stream would just be live 24/7, and I would just be in it. And of course I could switch it so the cameras are off or whatever, but I would be in it. I would be living on the internet. Have I tried Linux? I just got, I have a Chromebook, and there's like this Linux install of some sort for like programming while I'm out and about or whatever, but I don't know what I'm doing at all, so I'm a babby, but I think I'm gonna start using it more, so that might be interesting. I have a 15-foot USB extension cable now on my webcam, so I can bring my webcam like to the edge of my bed way back there, or like kind of like in the middle of the apartment. But I'm also self-conscious about how there's clothes just sitting on the floor, and also how I look from certain angles and lighting, because sometimes I don't feel good about myself. And from this position with this camera set up, I'm like kind of in a comfort zone. So there's a little bit of reluctance sometimes. It's okay if it's like I point it away from me and I go into the mirror or something perhaps, but yeah, the lighting, and like it almost feels like in that case, instead of that camera, because I can't see what the camera is transmitting, what I can see that if I'm using my phone, so maybe it'd just be better to do that kind of stream on my phone. And I can stream to YouTube through my phone. They added that. And there's other services though. It feels like there's this whole new territory. Have you seen this video? Okay, well, wait.
Million people spent Tuesday night watching Liu Xini put on lipstick. It's odd, but it is a daily reality for this star of the Chinese live streaming explosion. She says in the next 5 years, online streaming will be as popular, if not more so, than TV. Liu uses live streaming to dole out style advice while promoting her clothing line, just a part of a rapidly growing group of Chinese broadcasting everything online. It's a newer phenomenon than in most Western countries, but with hundreds of streaming websites, the industry here is catching up fast. At any given time, you can watch just about anything. This man is selling beef jerky to raise money for medical treatment. This woman is just eating lunch. That's it. And 19,000 people watched live as this guy test drove a car while staring at his phone at the same time. Chinese streaming services differ from others worldwide in that most offer a way to profit while hamming it up for the camera. Many live streamers, some earning tens of thousands of dollars per month, make money by accepting online gifts users pay for. The performers then redeem it for cold hard cash. And while pornography is illegal here, sex still sells. Streams like these are everywhere, featuring attractive young women, fully clothed, asking for gifts before doing something as simple as standing up. But government regulation is tight. Streams that, quote, harm social morality are shut down and face punishment. More specifically, performers are prohibited from eating bananas erotically or wearing suspenders and stockings during shows. Liu Xinyi welcomes the regulations and says she's made money by following the rules, at least $1.5 million in the last few years by using live streaming to help sell her clothing line online. But be it clothing, singing, cooking, or driving, it's all online, and there's money to be made.
Okay, that's like a little bit depressing, but it's also exciting. But yeah, that seems like where streaming's kind of going. Well, part of it is. Could you elaborate? Critical truther? Oh. My fucking wrists. I don't like my wrists. I am unable to do a lot of things because of my wrists, and it limits me. Elaborate on what? Elaborate why you've lost faith in humanity. I could wear them now. I wear them to sleep, and sometimes maybe I sleep on them weird, and then like, I don't know. Yeah, surgery is like an option, potentially for me, but I am skeptical and scared, and fucking human body. Oh, once your body starts getting fucked up, you start realizing you're gonna die, and makes you think about life and the meaning of life and the purpose of life and what to do with your life, and you take what you have and you do with it what you can. One long existential crisis. I might have a Soylent bar. Cultural subsets. I only read for a little bit, but it was fun to read, but I struggled to um, clearly like enunciate everything and like have it be like a smooth flow of words. How did you end up here? How did you end up in here? A 100 viewers for me at this hour. 'Yeah, I think reading out loud on like words that you've never read before. Um, it's sometimes hard to carry like the meaning of the sentences like through like I don't know, bringing in like moments of excitement, like with the inflection of your voice or just like how you pace your words, like the intensity of your speech. Um, I don't know. It's like I think it's like you have to really know or like I don't know. It's so hard to do when you're just like reading something. It's like instead I don't know, I just jumble through it. I wasn't able to like there were certain parts where I was like able to when I was reading, I was able to have a little bit of um like feeling the words and like letting that out in my voice. But a lot of the time I was just struggling and like I was like trying to comprehend like what I was reading as I was reading it and like I don't know, maybe I was nervous too. Yeah, it's like you don't really know what the sentence is yet because you're just like reading it. Okay, songs. I could do that, except I can't play the songs on the stream. I have to listen to them alone because shit got muted. And that's like... Milk Dud, Milk Dud. Oh, Milk Dud. There was something above that you said that was like, I don't know, I don't need people. Like, this person is a regular, but now they're getting banned. The bans are permanent. It's like, you want to talk? And you have to make a new account now. You have to make a new account. I like that meme. Ambasis? I like that one. What's the point of my stream? Okay, streamers can play music in the background, but actually, they get muted as well. But at least Twitch only mutes part of it. But Twitch doesn't allow me to stream like this kind of stuff. And that makes my streaming really miserable, so I switched. I'm so worried about audio copyright. Okay, we could go into Megazeus and have Megazeus songs. Yeah, let's do that. I forgot where I put it. It's probably in this folder. Games. Aha. Wait, no. Wait, yes. Okay. Megazeus. And Narcissa's castle. And I think I want to stay full screen. I just want to capture the name of the song that's playing, so I'm gonna go into the editor and music. Okay, so if I hit F6, or no, if I hit Alt Y, aha, okay, so now right click, add window capture. Okay, and then alright, so if you have song requests, let me just get a link for you. Bookmarks. Here it is. Alright, so you can do song requests. Song requests are any of those, except not the GDM files though, I think. I think the GDM files are no-go. So song request anything that's not a GDM, and I will play it, okay? So now we have song requests. X files, okay. I might actually move this over here. Doom.mod. Odyssey. Where is it? No. Odyssey. Odyssey. I hear nothing. Oh. Let me know if the volume's good. Okay, so we're gonna do MRTLK. Oh, Mortal Kombat. The volume is good, alright. The volume is good. Or wait, what am I trying to say? Omegle. Omegle sucks though. It's not good. But is the volume good with my voice over it too? Or is it like... If I made the music louder, would I be able to speak? Wait, what's the Wait, we did Doom.mod, right? Wait, didn't someone else request one? Oh, SMB theme. Wait, ska? Oh. Yeah. This is what Turing envisioned? What do you mean? Yeah, Amy. Hi kids with guns. LHS, are they in the list to dig? Because I'm probably not gonna go searching for files. Oh, One Must Fall. I played that. One Must Fall 2097. I played the DOS one. They made a sequel. I think the sequel... I never played it, but it looks a lot different. But yeah, One Must Fall. That's good. Can I link the list? Here's the list. LHS modules. Okay, so you want me to install these in the folder, then play some of them? Are they good? Oh, these are like keygens? Okay. Oh, there's multiple pages. Is there a simple link that goes directly to the file? Save link as. Oh yeah, okay, so this is doable. Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, I'm downloading them. Do XM files work? I think they do. Let me try. Yeah, they do work. Okay. Track name is above me. LHS_RLD9.xm. cameras. Well, a lot of it does, I think. can talk if I want to talk. I just felt like typing. I'm listening to music. Dear Narcissorite, thank you for contacting PayPal. We reviewed your name change request and updated your PayPal account with your new name. Meme man, where do you see your career in 5 years? God damn it. It's the dead name. No. Okay, if that person is still here to donate money to me, you can do it at my dead name. I don't know if I could change the URL. They lock you into it. What happened to my webcam? Is the stream still live? Okay, what the fuck? Am I gonna answer or wait? Working at an animation studio. Good luck. Mr. Awesome, you've overstayed your welcome. No, the microphone should not be muted. Okay, I'll change the music. That's so annoying that my PayPal link is messed up. Do you think they'd let me change it if I contacted them? Right, well, I might look into that. That's so stupid, Amy. I have a legitimate reason to change it. Alright, new song. Different song. No. Yeah, 111, I changed my PayPal name, but there's like a URL that uses my old name. Well, you only get one URL on PayPal, and you can't change it. Get up and stretch. What other exercises did I do? Oh, I'll try to contact them or something to see if I can change it maybe. I don't deserve to believe. Why, fun guy? And you're a bigot. But I don't wish death upon you. There's nothing. maybe you should stop worrying about what is or isn't gay and just allow yourself to be attracted to who you're attracted to and not worry too much about the label, but just let it happen. I mean, I don't know, I just kind of want to be, and I don't know. Okay, I actually don't have a favorite Final Fantasy. I've completely never experienced that series. I never experienced it. Are all the sexualities arbitrary? Hey Jen, what's up? Oh Jen, I like your jacket. I like it. That is a cool jacket. I seem a little happy today. I don't know. I can't say that I'm happy, but I don't think I'm sad either. I'm just here. Sorry, my bot is like My bot times out for everything, including caps. Sorry about that. I did Blaze. When was that though? That was like 2 hours ago. Over 2 hours ago. Okay, yeah, like Broello. I relinquish, alright? I relinquish. You got it for $5? Nice. I vaporize it, Grandpa Frank. How old are you, Dalabot? Next question, okay. You should take a nice shower, Lou. Or a bath. Just like sit there and let the hot water envelop you and feel it. Think of it like treating yourself. And yeah, you have to get out and then it's a little cold and you have to dry up and you're wet, but oh well. You still feel good afterward. You're 19. I am much older than you, and when I was 19, I had never done marijuana. I live alone. I've had some drinks. I'm pretty sure I've gotten drunk by then. You only take showers, not baths. That's cool. Oh. Got 2 hours before work. I think I found a pretty good song. Should I switch it though? I seem more upbeat today. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of like sitting here streaming non-content. It's nothing. I'm just here and I find it kind of interesting and I just want to like do it, but it's kind of strange. But I don't know. It's very I feel like strange after I'm done streaming lately. I feel weird things after I'm done streaming, after I do these like long 12-hour streams. Like, the hours when I'm not live feel strange to me, and I feel like I want to be at peace, but I'm not quite at peace, and I don't know why, and like, I don't know what it is. It's like I feel like I'm just plagued with these existential thoughts. Like, what if I die soon? What if I died soon? And I'm like always worried about my health or something, and it's just like adding me this undue stress that I really don't need to have. And I think the actual act of getting stressed out by it is probably causing me to feel worse than if I just didn't even care about it, if I could just let go and be completely free of that. So, I don't know. I felt better when I'm live. That sucked though that my stream got deleted. My 12-hour stream got removed. A very personal kind of stream, yeah. I want it to be. I want it to be very free. I don't know, it's kind of... I find it to be kind of compelling because I just try to let out my thoughts, but in some way it feels like I'm kind of bargaining. It's like, please let me have my stream, please let me just do this and be on the internet. That's what I really want to do. Can you please all support me? And then I get raided by 4chan and everyone's like, die, die. And that's pretty much how this goes, like over and over. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep streaming though. I'm just gonna keep streaming. I need to be cuddled. That would be nice. I would appreciate that. Brings the ad money, not really. I mean, like, I need a Patreon. They are, and I don't know, I can get high. I can get high off of cuddling. It's a drug. It's literally a drug. Get extremely fucking high. And I crave it. Yeah, when like there's a connection, when it feels like you're bonding with them, when you're bonding and you're together and it's just you two and you're there together and you're holding on to them and you feel the affection, the shared connection, and you get extremely fucking high. I've made you more human, more connected. Your donation included a request. Uh-oh. Oh, a song request. Yeah, thank you, Dig. Thank you, Dig. I'm gonna get on that. My thigh feels strange. Okay, does anyone know, like, if you're on hormones and your body fat distribution is changing, you know how there's like growing pains in your breasts when they're growing, or like, you know what I mean? Can you get that in other spots on your body? Because I feel like I'm having that in my thigh right now, and I don't know if like it's something else or if that's like why it's happening. Well, I don't know if like it's something else, like I don't know. It feels like the bottom of my thigh, it feels like little bits of pain. Yeah, I know, and like I've noticed the difference, Patrick. But I don't know if you get that growing pain or whatever in your thigh. Does that even make sense, or is that only like a breast thing? Okay, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. been on HRT for 10.5 months. Over 10.5 months. I don't know, all the typical changes of it, I guess. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then I'm gonna get more water. New song? I don't know if I'm in the dancing mood. What do I do on here? I just hang out, and am I just like waiting for something good to occur? Am I just sitting here waiting for me to like realize what I should be doing? Because I'm kind of just doing absolutely nothing. But maybe that's okay. Maybe it's okay just to have this here, this environment here. Oh, I want something to drink. I should set up my Patreon. Okay, there's a few things. Well, okay, PayPal just changed my name, so I guess I could. Alright, let's look into it. Alright, so Patreon. Okay. Settings, or payment settings. Add a credit card or add a PayPal account? I guess I'll just add a PayPal account. Okay. Never mind. Okay, I still need to set up my new bank account. Kind of. Or wait, I know they like approved me and they're sending me the card, but I need to see if I can like sync my account settings. Direct deposits. Or wait. Oh, I think through PayPal I add a new bank. But I haven't gotten my new card yet. later, Jen. Also, god damn it. I can't get past PayPal's security check. It's like, thanks for verifying your account, we're gonna redirect you. Oh, by the way, we can't verify your account. And I can't add my new bank. And I don't know what to do. God damn it. It's not bad, Lou. Have I been playing any games lately? A little Super Mario Maker. I think that's it. I do still enjoy video games. I enjoy playing Smash when I can. I'm trying to take a break from games because my wrists are so bad. And I was enjoying, actually, speedrunning Twilight Princess, but again, my wrists prevented me from doing what I could do. No, Martin. I'm okay. I think I've been better. I get the feeling that my audience doesn't respect me, which makes me just feel distant from my audience. And I say audience as if it's a whole cohesive thing, which in some ways it can be, but Do I have Christian family members? I don't know. I don't feel like dancing. Some of my content has been described in a manner that would suggest it has this sort of ASMR vibe to it occasionally, not always, but I don't specifically go out of my way to create such a thing. Although I kind of like the idea of it, so maybe I kind of do subconsciously a little bit. Yeah, I know. Psychic ASMR. What does that mean? Does that mean that when I speak, you listen to what I say, and you take it in? Or is it just background noise? It has a therapeutic feel. I'm just sitting here with you all in front of me, and then on the side I have TweetDeck, and I'm just like letting TweetDeck just flow. Calm down, Sack. Just calm down. No need to get so excited. I think doing a nail painting video would be better than a makeup video for me. I think the way I do my makeup is I just throw it on. Okay, so it's not really like this special fucking thing. But maybe people would like it. People probably would, but... I see you, Danny. New tweet from Freya. Twitter is much better than poll. Okay. Yeah, there can be bad in social media, but I think Twitter is pretty good. Twitter's like, I don't know. I just like absorbing it. Poll is a hug box. Well, Danny, my fingers are very flexible, like I could bend them all the way back. And my thumb is triple jointed. And once I made a character out of my hands, it's like rah, 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 rah. I came up with that when I was a kid. Yeah, triple jointed, it's like normally your thumb, okay, if your thumb is single jointed, I guess, then it can't bend much, okay? But when it's double jointed, it can go further, like that, alright? That's double jointed, or it's like that, but then you can pop it like this too. Maybe it's not even triple jointed though, maybe it's just, you can just move it back and forth from those positions. I can also pop my shoulder out like this. I can pop it out of the socket. And I can move my tendons back and forth. Are those tendons? Whatever they are, I can move them back and forth. What's the chopped off thumb trick? Oh, another thing I can do is I can lock my finger, so I do that. Oh, you can do that too. Alright, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Are you calling me a submissive little plaything? Because I think I'm a secret dom. I want the control. I'm aiming for full control of this love. Of this love. When are we getting high again? Do I need to get high? Hello, Cranberry Jerry. This is andante.mod. Andante. It's just andante.mod. That's all. I mean, within the mod file, there might be additional attached comments that I could dig up to try to find the original creator of the song, but it's not guaranteed, and I'm too lazy to open it up and check. But you could probably Google andante.mod and maybe you'd find something on like Mod Archive or another website like that. Maybe. You're gonna have to do some Google foo to find it. And to be honest, I don't think finding the comment of who the author originally was would even be that helpful at finding the song. It is on Mod Archive, okay. Probably not the same one. Cuddling makes me feel better, even though it's a pillow. Take a hit and do some stretches. Danny, you said in the past that perhaps you have nothing resembling an ego, but it sounds like you enjoyed that job though, being able to let people know what's up. I'm kind of meditating a little. Metalman.mod, alright. Have I ever experienced something I describe as unusual while meditating? I've had unusual moments, but I don't know if it's necessarily during meditating though. No, hormones don't really change your voice. It's more time. I don't know, your voice evolves over time. You're probably the only person working there who actually read it. Oh, that's cool. It sounds like you got into kind of a zen mode at that job, where it's like you knew what to do and you were just in control. Balcony is lit. I look happier today. Do I? Am I an incompetent streamer? Everyone always tells me to make content. Let's listen to this beautiful song called Lower Lights. Actually, wait, before we listen to it, I will take a hit. Yeah, I try to occasionally have it open so I can like continually get more people to come in. I think it kind of works out. People troll it, but oh, did I scroll up too far? The scrolling in this chat works kind of weird. Oh, there we go. I don't think I have any words. Alright, we're gonna listen to this song. I wish I had something to say. Holy shit. I don't have anything to say. I think Danny's telling the truth. I think, I wish I could say something that meant something. Oh my god. Let yourself cry. Let yourself cry. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. I think sometimes it can be helpful to vent and to let out things and allow yourself to cry. I think it can be helpful, and I don't mind at all that you brought that up. I just, I'm sort of, I don't know what to say, and I just hope that you feel better after you've cried, or that, I just hope you feel better. I wish that. just heard a noise and it freaked me out. I get on edge sometimes. told your sister you liked Hanson that you're lying your brother, and you told your brother you hated that. Oh, does that mean you're like? Yeah, you want it? Yeah. 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 I remember I liked Linkin Park's music, and my friend Andy hated Linkin Park, or didn't like Linkin Park at the time. It was uncool to like Linkin Park, I guess, in his eyes, kind of, or I kind of sensed that from him, and I never told him that I liked Linkin Park. And then once I think my mom brought it up, like, you could go see a Linkin Park concert or something, because she knew I liked Linkin Park, but it was in front of my friend Andy, and I felt embarrassed or shy or like afraid to admit that I like something, just because I wanted to not, I don't know, is that like avoidal of conflict? I think maybe it's part of being bullied a little bit when I was younger. I turned the music down, I did. Are you bothered by your height? It's just I don't know, it's like a physical attribute that you have no control over. Kind of. We're all different. Like, we're all different. We share humanity, though. We share our humanity. We all share that. You shouldn't, I don't know. My wrist is killing me. I think I slept on it badly. What you are in life, like you can become, you can make choices. And you don't have to be necessarily limited by things out of your control. I mean, you are, but not. You can be free to find what allows you to you can find your path. happy moment in my childhood. The first time I saw N64. And when I got the N64 for Christmas, even though my parents said they were not going to get me it. And I don't know, sometimes going swimming. Yeah, I don't know. Damn. I'm sorry I laughed earlier. I feel like I'm bullying. I feel like I'm being a bully right now, and I don't want to be. I want everyone to be happy. Later, Todd. See you later. How do you all feel about these Hillary Clinton tweets? This election isn't a reality TV show. It shouldn't be about birth certificates, or name-calling, or stunts to get on cable news. It's wrong to tear each other down. It's wrong to let income inequality get worse. It's wrong to put a loose cannon in charge. We can build a cleaner, more resilient electrical grid with enough renewable energy to power every home in the country. If you work hard, you should be able to find a good job that pays well unless you do what you love and make your mark on the world. College should be tuition-free for working families and debt-free for everyone. We have a Republican nominee for president who incites hatred and violence like we've never seen before. When Americans get knocked down, we get right back up again. We refuse to quit no matter what. That's the spirit we need in this election. Simply caring is not enough. To drive real progress, you have to change both hearts and laws. In a democracy, if you want to help the greatest number of people, you have to push for reform from both the outside in and the inside out. We're facing a candidate with a history of discrimination in his businesses who retweets white supremacists and led the birther movement. We have to stand up to this hate. We have to send a clear message. America is better than this. America is better than Donald Trump. You say there's globalist liberal agendas that incited violence, racism, and division. Isn't this like white nationalism shit? What's inciting racism and division? Skater just posted the 1729.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if the balcony was broken, so I refreshed it. I don't know actually, is Skater 19? Is Skater 18?
I don't think so.
19?
I don't know why it would.
I actually don't know.
I mean, I don't think it would. Damn, dark ass. Damn. So where are you guys from? I'm from Colorado.
I'm just enjoying the stream right now.
Hey, Kayla, you should put my phone on the charger, by the way, babe. Okay.
It's the intro cutscene. I'm watching the
Yeah, Captain Conrad.
1729 from Skater.
Norway, Germany, Canada, France, Norway again, Germany, and Russia. Germany, Netherlands. Holy shit. Is there anybody from the US? I really hope you didn't, actually, Thaz. Oh yeah, shit, the dice game. It's too late. Sorry guys, too late this one. Hey Split Gang, hope you're well. And thank you. You live in Chicago. Awesome. At least someone's from the US. Okay, I guess there's a few people.
I'm watching on YouTube.
Nice.
I don't know if he would mind, and I don't know if, I don't mind just having the audio.
You're from the moon? Damn, bro.
I'm like, I don't know.
That sounds like some horribly trolly board game.
It's not live, no. This is just the video of it.
Twitch could make an emote board game. That would be that would be interesting. Hey, dude, thank you, Prince, for being subscribed for 14 months in a row, dude. Damn, man, the support. Thank you, Prince. Dude, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thanks, Bazralian.
I never even really practiced this beginning because, like, when the new RNG shit was found, I was like, should I do this? I might do this. So then I was just like, I don't want to do this. And then I never actually like practiced that beginning very much.
But really, thank you, Prince.
I remember that strat though, the side hop jump slash that sends you halfway down the hill. This setup feels like eventually the strat's gonna be a lot faster and maybe harder. I mean, we'll see.
Yeah.
You're here because you want to be here. If you did not want to be here, you wouldn't be here. Oh wow. Alright. Alright. This route, huh? Fucking Decatry is always wild. I don't know why it's like that, just... Typically when people mash the map button, it's like they're free to do an extra input because they're just chilling, like they're backwalking or something, or like they're waiting for something. So it's like they can either send no input, or they can mash the map button, which doesn't do anything, but it makes a noise. So it's like you can make a noise if you want to make a noise. So sometimes people make the noise, and that's what it is. Once I mashed through the Wind Waker credits after a run, I was like still mashing the buttons, even like long after the text had stopped. And I was just like reading donations or something while doing it. There wasn't a Baba. Hess, right? It was like the, yeah, it was the West. Yeah, okay. So there's like 2 more ESSs you can do, and the adapter would make it easier or more viable to do it. And that's one of the problems that I have with ever like running OT again, is this, it's arbitrary, like,
Oh, thank God.
I never beat all the Zeldas.
Oh my God, lucky me.
Oh, he messed up the wrong warp, but he still got it. Or something.
Fuck.
I'm watching the new PV, or he uploaded it 12 minutes ago on Twitter, or on, he linked it. And I don't think he messed up the first West in this, but it could have been a Hess off the Baba.
Oh my God! Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright.
Do I look like shit? Do you think it's because I put no makeup right here? Maybe. because I like to use a smaller brush to get it in here really nice. I have like a big makeup brush, and then like I have a small one. I was just being hasty.
Yes! Oh my god, dude. 2 days in a row! Yes! 2 days in a row! Oh my god! Oh my god, dude! Oh my god! Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, man. 2 fucking days in a row. Oh my god. I can't believe this, man. Has that ever happened before in the history of, like, any percent? Oh my god. Thank you, nerd. Yeah, Alex. Oh my god. Yeah, I know, Nathan, I know. I know, man, but still. Oh my god. Thank you, Alex. The same shirt. Ocarina of Time, man. Ocarina of Time. What a fucking beautiful game this is. No problem, Rich.
Hi Viviana, how's it going?
I don't know, at least sub 1720 I'll be extremely happy with, but for now, I'm so happy with this. And like, you know, I'm proud of it. Yeah, Faz. Oh my god. Damn, I'm only an hour and a half into the stream. Yes, Rich. Yeah, Alex. Yeah, it'll be nice to run against, definitely. Oh my god. 2 days in a fucking row, man. What is that shit? Thank you, Shady. Oh my god. Seriously, man, 2 days in a row. Yeah, Frazier. Yeah, it's been a pretty good weekend. Oh. Thank you, Captain Smoker. Thank you, Alex. It means a lot, man. Thank you. I think I probably will, Nerf. I will after
Your
the
problems.
And yeah, Faz. Yeah, yeah, Smash. Oh my god. Yeah, hey Draco. Oh my god.
Maxed out. I guess it wouldn't be maxed, but unless you're talking a task, but the only reason there isn't a new task probably is because it's on PC and people are like reluctant to test on PC or something. Maybe. Or maybe people are working on it, I don't even know.
I definitely... Dude, I'm gonna start incorporating Waterfall West very soon.
Waterfall
very
West.
soon.
There's also Baba House too.
Waterfall West.
There's Baba House too. And the setup to get Gim is like, the setup could be faster.
Thank you,
Well, it wouldn't even be a setup, it would just be like guessing, I think. And I don't know how realistic that is, but I could foresee a day in which the way to beat the time is to do it more setup-less. It's just, I don't know how...
Oh my god, are you serious? Dude, thank you, Oyvinden, for $100 fucking dollars, man! Dude, Oyvinden, thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Dude, Oyvinden, dude, thank you. Thank you so fucking much, Oyvinden. Thank you, man. And he says, scratch, babe. Dude, thank you. Thank you, Oyvinden. Thank you, man. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Oyvinden. Thank you, man. Really. Thank you.
Viviana, did that use the Baba House or the Waterfall West? And it probably used the regular setup for Gim, right?
Shit. I mean, oh, I need to chill. You know?
Okay, that firefighter money thing. I never got that money.
Thank you. Thank you.
I never got it. It seemed like he was trying to give it to me for real, but I just got like annoyed and like he wouldn't it would like it was really strange actually. the whole thing was really sketchy, weird.
What, Shasta?
Oh wow. Wait, so the GIM was setupless in the 1650 something? Okay, it sounds like if the GIM was setupless and both houses were incorporated and everything else is just solid, if that's sub 17, then I guess that would be like something I could see happening someday. Of course, I think it kind of depends on the adapter, or the adapter would help, certainly, it would help. And if you're trying to do a run like that, then the adapter would be useful. It's like, what do you do about that?
No, CBD. I have not.
Oh, GIM had a setup, but it wasn't buffered. Okay. Hmm.
Oh. There we go, dude. I'm like shivering for some reason.
Well,
Yes!
I need wrists that work
Yes, dude.
before I can do anything, and the adapter thing turns me off from even playing Ocarina of Time. So I guess don't expect it. Yeah, the adapter that makes the control stick sensitivity more, well, you could make it even better though. You could design a controller where you could control if you're in S range or not by just like having like a switch or something. I don't know, it's all arbitrary. It's all arbitrary. What, essaying? Well, I mean, the VC angle change is like really annoying. You could do it without it, you could, but I think like if the control stick's more worn out, I don't know if that's better or worse. Only original N64 hardware and controllers should be used. Well, it's the VC release of the game though. So there's like GameCube controller, there's classic controller. Is that the only two? But, well, some people are doing replacement joysticks for N64, but that's different because this is Virtual Console, and I don't know. Oh, well, yeah, the thing about that too is the route doesn't work on N64. The route doesn't work. But I mean, some people did any percent on 64. But then there's the rules like save warping allowed or not, and where do you start? Can you start a file after the intro or not? There's always politics involved. It's always politics everywhere. I don't know. It seems like they're still having fun with it though. Some people. You can argue forever. You can argue forever. Because there's no right and wrong. There's just clicks. EEG. I never got into PM. I don't know anything about Zelda and PM. You could argue that, like, do I have any Breath of the Wild theories? I just want to play the game. I just want to play it. The Fair Playing Grounds Act of 2016. Any runner who uses the English version may subtract the time loss from slower text. It's not that simple though, I think, because well, it depends on the category, but in some places in the game, the text is different. Like the when you get magic. I mean, you could look, it's all arbitrary, so like maybe the solution is to allow people to do what they want with whatever they want and just do it. Why was Skater lucky to get the Ganondorf? I wasn't watching too closely. I think he probably missed a frame and had to like sort of guess at something. I could rewatch it again to try to see. I don't remember. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I don't even know where the video is anymore. I don't know if I care that much. It's just it can put you in a kind of guess situation where you're not sure if you need to wait another frame or like change the camera angle or something. I don't know. Set standards. Well, people will break the standards. Yeah, people will break the standards. sport is a category. All the categories are arbitrary. Is it time, everyone? Is it time to... Is it time to read? If I started studying category theory, in the context of logic design, I don't know anything about this.
I was told over lunch that one of the things that Alonzo Church used to do when he began his lectures was he would spend the first 5 minutes patiently and thoroughly cleaning the board. And I suppose he was collecting his thoughts while he was doing that. And that's probably a good idea. Maybe I should have followed his lead rather than enlisting help here and jumping right in, but I'm going to pursue a different course here. Okay, category theory. What is category theory and why?
Does speedrunning still excite me? I don't know. Let's see how Breath of the Wild is.
Why do I need to know something about it? Not I, but you. Category theory is, as a first approximation, it's the abstract algebra of functions. Okay, let that sink in a little bit. It's the abstract algebra of functions. And of course, one of the themes of this meeting, and of course one of the themes of theoretical computer science, is that the lambda calculus is a calculus, a formal calculus for manipulating functions, for specifying, manipulating, and calculating with functions. So it's not surprising that there should be some kind of connection there, right, between category theory and lambda calculus. And of course, there is, in fact, a very deep connection. We're looking at the same thing, essentially, from two different points of view. Once from a kind of logical point of view on the lambda calculus side, and once from a more mathematical, if you will, or algebraic point of view coming from the category theory side. And really, these are just two different ways of looking at the same structure, the same idea, and they're complementary. And that's what's so fascinating about this connection is you can look at this same thing in these two different ways, the algebraic way or category theoretic way, which actually has a kind of geometric character, which you'll see as we get going, or the logical syntactical way. And those two different points of view are complementary, and they feed off from each other, and they suggest some interesting results. So that's the kind of background there, motivation for learning and using category theory in this setting that's so far removed from the original source of category theory in algebraic topology and homotopy groups and homology groups and all that stuff. So it's amazing that category theory has filtered through the rest of mathematics, even into theoretical computer science, and now it's really a kind of foundational discipline with these deep connections to logic. Okay, so let's look at the algebra of functions. What do I mean by functions? Well, let's just start out. So what I really mean is abstract functions. I mean any kind of process or assignment or procedure or expressions which can be read in a functional way. So it's the abstract algebra of abstract functions, if you like. But let's start out just by thinking of familiar set theoretic functions on sets in order to arrive at the basic principles of category theory. So we'll look at functions. We'll look at functions on sets. So suppose our sets, I'll write them with capital letters here. These are just some sets, right? And then a function, f, I'll write like this, going from A to B. So that's just to remind you that's a subset of the Cartesian product of A and B, which is therefore a relation on A cross B. Right? So f, so here, officially, so in set theory, if you want to be formal about it, in set theory, what is a function from A to B? Well, it's really a subset of pairs, right, such that, and then we have the usual condition, right, for all A and A, there's a unique B in B, such that the pair A, B is an element of that relation F. So that's the official definition of a function, but we're not going to really use that. I'm just going to think of functions in the kind of intuitive way of taking an element of this set and returning an element of this set. Good? How do functions behave? What operations are there on functions? Well, the basic operation that we're interested in category theory is this. If I have a function f from A to B, and I have another function g from B to C, then there's this operation of composition, g, which I write g after f. And the way that g after f works is, of course, g after f applies to an argument x from A to give me g applied to f applied to x. So that's the basic composition operation that we're interested in. And then there's another operation which is even simpler, and that is the identity function. That is, for each set A, there's an identity function, which I'll write like this, 1 sub A on A, and 1 sub A for any element x is just x. It's the usual identity function. So that's the basic data. We have a composition operation, and we have the identity function operation. And then we have some laws. And the laws look like this. If I take a situation like this, I have F, G, H. And first I compose like this, G after F. And then I compose the whole thing with H. So that's H after G after F. Or first I do this, that's H after G. And then I compose this whole thing, and that's H after G after F. Then the result, H after G after F, is equal, regardless of which way I do the composition. Because if you just unwind this formula, you see that both of those things are equal to H of G of F of X, right, for every X. So these things are equal. That's the associative law for the composition operation. And then the other law is if I take A, I take any F like this, and I take here the identity on A, well, then this composite, F after the identity on A, is equal to F. And similarly, if I take here the identity on B, and I compose, then this composite, 1B after F, is also equal to F. Right? Because this function doesn't do anything. Right? So I take the X to X, and then I apply F. That's the same as just applying F. And similarly, this function doesn't do anything. So those are the basic laws. And that's really all the structure of sets that we want to use or make use of in our definition of a category. The idea is now we abstract away from all the rest of the things that you know about sets, subsets, and Cartesian products, and elements of elements, and power sets. We forget about all that junk, and we just look at these algebraic operations. So how do you go about abstracting away from a mathematical point of view? Well, you give an axiomatic description of the structure you're interested in, which captures this much of the situation, but then you look at anything that satisfies that axiomatic. And that's how you abstract away from the specifics of this particular example. So the general definition of a category is an abstraction from this example. The definition of a category is this. Well, first of all, it consists of two kinds of things, and they're different. It's a two-sorted theory, technically speaking. There are the objects of the category, which are playing the role of the sets in this example, and there are what we'll call the arrows of the category, which are playing the role of the functions in this example. So I'm going to just keep with that same notation. So I'm going to write the objects with uppercase and in general, and I'll write the arrows with lowercase. And in addition, there's some more data in the definition of a category, namely, so for each arrow F, there are given objects called the domain and the codomain of F. So this was kind of implicit in this, but if I have a function, then it goes from some specified set to some other specified set. So we're going to put those in as explicit operations, and the notation will be this. So the domain of F is on the left of the arrow, the codomain is on the right. And we write F goes from the domain to the codomain. And then for each object, A, there's an assigned arrow. So here's the identity arrow, 1 of A. And it, of course, goes from A to A. That's its domain, and that's its codomain. And then the axioms. So this is the data, and then we have the axioms, if you like, or the laws. Well, those are just these laws that I just wrote down right here. Associativity and unit. So the axioms are just those two laws. H after G after F is H after G after F whenever those composites make sense. Composition is only defined when things line up. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I forgot to put in the composition. Let me put that in. Oops. There's one more operation, composition. For each, sorry. For each composable pair, that is, arrows like this, where the codomain of this one is the domain of this one, we have a composition operation, G after F, going from A to C. So that's one more bit of data, is this composition. So identity, composition, domain, and codomain. And then I have, as I said before, laws. The laws are associativity. So that was H after G after F. There's H after G after F, and the unit law. So that's 1. B after F equals F after 1A. Okay, so that's the definition of a category. It captures this example as we just checked. Yep.
Hello, my name is Stephen Roman, and this is the first in what I hope will be a series of lectures on elementary category theory. I'd like to begin just by introducing myself. I'm a retired professor of mathematics. I taught for about 40 years. My website for more details is sroman.com. Since about 1981 or 82, I began writing books in mathematics. I found that I enjoyed writing more than research. I had done research for about 8 years or so in combinatorics and graph theory, and in the umbral calculus. I worked for many years on that with my friend Giancarlo Rota. My first book was on the umbral calculus, published by Academic Press. At this point now, it's a Dober publication. And after writing that first book, I decided I enjoyed writing more than I enjoyed research, so I pretty much devoted myself full-time to writing. Just to give you some examples, this is one of my graduate texts in mathematics, Advanced Linear Algebra. Coding and Information Theory. Field Theory. Fundamentals of Group Theory. This is a Burkhäuser publication. All these others are Springer, which amounts to the same thing, I guess, these days. Lattices and Ordered Sets. Those are graduate level books. This is Introduction to the Mathematics of Finance. It's an undergraduate textbook in the UTM series. This is also in the UTM series, an Introduction to Coding and Information Theory. An Introduction to Discrete Mathematics. This was actually the second book I ever wrote. In addition to mathematics books, I've also written a number of books in computer programming. This is Writing Excel Macros, published by O'Reilly, and this is Access Database Design and Programming, also published by O'Reilly. Also, although it's quite off the subject, I just very recently finished a book on one of my hobbies, which is folding knives. So if you're interested in folding knives, you can find some information about this book on my website as well. This year I completed a book on Catalan numbers that's in production now. And more recently than that, I just finished a book on category theory. And the lectures I want to give are based on that book. The reason I wrote the book is the following. In the last 5 years of my teaching, I taught a graduate algebra class. It's a year sequence. I taught it 5 times in a row at the University of California, Irvine. And I was surprised that a number of my students had told me that in some of their other classes, the professors said that they would like to incorporate some category theory, but the professors said they weren't going to do that because they didn't think the students had any background in category theory. So I'm always looking for something to write, and I thought that possibly a short elementary introduction to category theory might be very useful for students. It's not necessarily a book designed for a whole course in category theory, but something that can be used as independent study by graduate students or advanced undergraduate students or mathematicians outside the field or scientists who need to know something about category theory. It does come up in computer science, for example. So that's the origin of my book. It's under review right now by Springer. One way or the other, it's going to get published. If they decide not to publish it, I will publish it myself and sell it directly. So let's just plunge right in. Category theory is a relatively young subject, developed in the early 1940s by 2 individuals, Saunders MacLean and Samuel Eilenberg. MacLean wrote a very famous book in category theory called Categories for the Working Mathematician. It's an excellent book, but it's not an easy book to read by any means. First sentence in his book is, and I quote, "Category theory starts with the observation that many properties of mathematical systems can be unified and simplified by a presentation with diagrams of arrows." Category theory, to be sure, is a very abstract subject. Abstraction is a very common theme in mathematics. Let me give you an example. Let's just take, for example, the set R star of non-zero real numbers. I'm going to do the best to write as legibly as I can. After so many years of typing without writing, it's a little difficult, but I will do the best I can. And under the operation of multiplication, take the set of n by k matrices under addition. And take the set B of bijections of the integers with the operation of composition. Now, in these 3 cases, one could prove individually in each case that every element of the set has an inverse and that inverse is unique. But I don't think any mathematician student would do that. They would simply observe that all 3 of these are an example of an abstraction, an abstract concept called a group, and that in groups, inverses are unique. So once the inverses were established, once it was shown that they existed, it would be very simple in one line to prove that inverses are unique. So we suppose that alpha and beta are inverses of an element A in the group. Let's call the group G. Then alpha is equal to alpha A beta. I guess I should write alpha equals alpha 1 equals alpha A beta equals alpha A beta equals 1 beta equals beta. This abstraction and this very short proof has done several things. First of all, it has clarified the issue of uniqueness of inverses. Because it says that the uniqueness of inverses has nothing whatever to do with real numbers, matrices, or bijections. It's simply an issue of the existence of an identity and the associative property. It has unified this concept. It has also economized our efforts. One line proves the uniqueness of inverses in any group. So it's much more economical to prove that inverses are unique in the abstract setting of a group than it is to prove it every time we need it in every example that comes along. So this abstraction has done several really useful things. Well, that's what Saunders MacLean was talking about in that first sentence I read to you. I'll read it again. Category theory starts with the observation that many properties of mathematical systems can be unified and simplified, or clarified, by the presentation with diagrams of arrows. So category theory is an effort to do for all of mathematics, or essentially all of mathematics, or a great deal of mathematics, what we just did in the context of groups. There are 5 basic concepts in category theory. The first, of course, is categories itself. The second is functors. Third, natural transformations. Fourth, universality. And fifth, adjoints, or adjunctions. There is a matter of foundations that has to be dealt with. One of the things we will want to talk about, for example, is the category of all sets. Now, part of the definition of a category is that there is a bunch of objects. And the objects in this case are sets, and so we face the issue of the collection of all sets. What is that? We cannot refer to it as the set of all sets because we run into problems with well-known paradoxes. So the way out for us is to talk about classes. Classes are similar to sets. You can do certain operations with classes like union, for example. But one of the things that you can't do is a set can be an element of another set, but a class can never be an element of another class. And just that simple restriction kind of bails us out on a lot of these paradoxes, and so we'll be able to talk about the class of all sets and the class of all groups and so on without having any problems. Every set is a class, but there are classes that are not sets, and they're referred to as proper classes. A proper class is a class that's not a set. Okay. So we're ready for the definition of the category. Category, and I'll usually use script C or script D for categories, consists of the following. First, a class obj of C of objects. What are the objects of a category? Well, in the general sense, we don't know. They're just something that we call objects. So we're being very abstract here. Okay.
All right, welcome to category theory lectures. And so, are we all programmers here? Or is everybody a programmer? Or are there people who are not programmers? If you're not a programmer, please raise your hand. Okay. Means like you don't really write any programs?
Try to learn as a hobby.
Ah, okay, okay. Well, that's good enough. Okay. And how many people here have a little bit of knowledge of Haskell? Oh, okay. Oh, lots. That's excellent, because I might be giving some examples, mostly just like, you know, declarations, functions, or something like that. I'll explain everything, but it's good to have a little bit of understanding. So, I'm not really teaching a programming language here. It will be about category theory. And category theory is like this most abstract, well, or maybe almost the most abstract part of mathematics, right? So the question is, why are we here? What does it have to do with programming, right? And a lot of programmers, they hate math. And it's like they finished learning math at college, and now they are really happy. Now for the rest of my life I will not have to touch it. I hate math and so on. And you guys here come for, I don't know, punishment. Why do you think category theory might be important? What do you think? I mean, do you do functional programming? Is category theory only relevant to functional programming, or other branches of programming would maybe profit from it too? Is that something more general? Have you heard of functors? Who heard of functors? Yeah? And who knows what functors are? Aha, fewer. That's good. Oh, that means I can actually explain some stuff, and it won't be totally like repeating what you already know. So I came to category theory through a long, long, twisted road. Okay, when I started programming, I started programming in assembly language, like the lowest possible level, right, where you actually tell the computer exactly what to do, right, down to grab this thing from memory, put it in the register, use it as an address, and then jump, and so on. So this is very precisely telling the computer what to do, right? This is a very imperative way of programming. We start with this most imperative approach to programming, and that sort of we drag this approach to programming through our lives, right? And like we have to unlearn at some point. And this approach to programming, sort of in computer science, is related to Turing machines. A Turing machine is this kind of very primitive machine that just stamps stuff on a paper tape, right? There's no high-level programming there. It's just like, this is the assembly language. Read this number, put it back on tape, erase something from the tape, and so on. So this is this one approach towards programming. By the way, all these approaches to programming were invented before there were even computers, right? And then there's the other approach to programming that came from mathematics, the lambda calculus, right? Alonzo Church and these guys. That was like, what is possible to compute, right? Thinking about mathematics in terms of how things can be actually executed in some way, transforming things, right? So these approaches to programming are not very practical. Although people write programs in assembly language, and it's possible, but they don't really scale, right? So this is why we came up with languages that offer higher levels of abstraction, right? And so the next level of abstraction was procedural programming. What's characteristic of procedural programming is that you divide a big problem into procedures, and each procedure kind of has its name, has a certain number of arguments. Maybe it returns a value sometimes, right? Not necessarily. Maybe it's just for side effect and so on. But because you chop up your work into smaller pieces, and you can like deal with bigger problems, right? So this kind of abstracting of things really helped in programming, right? And then next people came up with this idea of object-oriented programming, right? And that's even more abstract, because now you have stuff that you are hiding inside objects, and then you can compose these objects, right? And once you program an object, you don't have to look inside the object. You can forget about the implementation, right? And just look at the surface of the object, which is the interface. And then you can combine these objects without looking inside, and you have the bigger picture. And then you combine them into bigger objects. And so you can see that there is a certain idea there, right? It's a very important idea that if you want to deal with more complex problems, you have to be able to chop the bigger problem into smaller problems, right? Solve them separately, and then combine the solutions together, right? And there's a name for this. This is called composability, right? So composability is something that really helps us in programming. What else helps us in programming? Abstraction. Abstraction, that comes from a Greek word that means more or less the same as subtraction, right? Which means getting rid of details. Like you want to hide details. You don't want to. You want to say these things, they differ in some small details, but for me they are the same. I don't care about the details. So an object is, in object-oriented programming, is something that hides the details, abstracts over some details, right? And there are even these abstract data types that just expose the interface, and you are not supposed to know how they are implemented, right? So when I first learned object-oriented programming, I thought this is like the best thing since sliced bread, and I was a big proponent of object-oriented programming. And together with this idea of abstracting things and composing things comes the idea of reusability, right? So if I have these blocks that I have chopped up and implemented, right, maybe I can rearrange them in different ways. So once I implemented something, maybe I will use it in another problem to solve another problem. I will have these building blocks. I will have lots of building blocks that hide their complexity, and I will just juggle them and put them in new constellations, right? So it seemed to me like this is really the promise of object-oriented programming. I'm buying it. And I started programming in an object-oriented way using C++, and I became pretty good at C++. I think, I wrote a lot of C++ code. Well, it turns out that there is something wrong with this object-oriented approach, and it became more and more painfully obvious when people started writing concurrent code and parallel code. Okay, so concurrency does not mix very well with object-oriented programming. Why doesn't it? Because objects hide implementation, and they hide exactly the wrong thing, which makes them not composable. Okay? They hide two things that are very important. They hide mutation. They mutate some state inside, right? And we don't know about it. They hide it. They don't say, I'm mutating something. And sharing. They use pointers, right? They share data. And they often share data between each other, between themselves. They share data. And mixing sharing and mutation has a name. It's called data race. Okay? So what the objects in object-oriented programming are abstracting over is data races. And you are not supposed to abstract over data races, because then when you start combining these objects, you get data races for free, right? And it turns out that for some reason we don't like data races, okay? The same thing is with, so once you realize that, you think, okay, now I know how to avoid data races, right? I'm going to use logs. And I'm going to hide logs too, because I want to abstract over it. So like in Java, like every object has its own log, right? And unfortunately, logs don't compose either, right? That's the problem with logs. I'm not going to talk about this too much, because this is like that was a different course about concurrent programming. But I'm just mentioning it that this kind of raising the levels of abstraction, you have to be careful what you're abstracting over. What are the things that you are subtracting, throwing away, and not exposing, right? So the next level of abstraction that came after that, well, actually came before that, but people realized that, hey, maybe we have to like dig it out and start using that's functional programming, when you abstract things into functions, okay? And functions, and especially if you in Haskell, when in a functional language you don't have mutations, so you don't have this problem of hiding data races, and then you also have ways of composing data structures into bigger data structures, and that's also because everything is immutable, so you can safely compose and decompose things, right? And now every time I learned a new language, I wanted like to find where the boundaries of this language are. What are the hardest thing to do in this language, right? So for instance, in C++, right? What are the highest levels of abstractions that you can get? Template metaprogramming, right? I was really fascinated by template metaprogramming, and I started reading these books about template metaprogramming, and it's like, wow, this is like I would never come up with these ideas. They are so complex, right? So what it turns out that these are very simple ideas. It's just that the language is so awkward in expressing them. So I learned a little bit of Haskell, and I saw, okay, so this huge template that was so complicated, that's a one line of code in Haskell, right? Okay, so there are languages in which like jump the level of abstraction and make it much easier to program at a higher level of abstraction, right? And in every language, there is this group of people who are writing libraries, right? And they always stretch the language. They always go to the highest possible abstraction level, and they hack, right? They hack at it as much as possible. So I thought, okay, I don't like hacking. I just want to use a language that allows me to express myself at a high level of abstraction. And that lets me express new ideas that are much more interesting. With template metaprogramming, right? You express this idea that you might have lots of data structures that only differ by the type that they hide, right? Like you can have vector of integers and vector of booleans, right? And there's just so much code to share. So if you abstract over the data type that you are storing there, right? If you forget about it, hide it, abstract over it, you can write code and abstract code, and in C++ you do this with templates, right? And you get something new. You program at a higher level, right? A higher abstraction level, because you disregard some of the details. So that was great. Now it turns out that so once I learned Haskell, I'm still learning Haskell, but to some extent, then I found out, okay, there are things in Haskell that are at these boundaries of abstraction. That's like there are people who are working on this frontier of Haskell, right? There are certain very abstract things that are, unfortunately, they are a little bit awkward to express in Haskell, right? And then there is this barrier to abstraction even in Haskell, right? And I mean, if you've seen some libraries that were written by Edward Kmet, you realize, that they are really extremely hard to understand. It's really hard to understand what was the thought process, right? And the secret is very simple. Category theory, okay? Edward Kmet knows category theory. And he just takes this stuff from category theory, he reads these mathematical papers, and he just translates them into Haskell. And when you translate stuff from category theory to Haskell, you lose a lot of abstraction. You make it more concrete, right? You sort of, Haskell has one category built in, and you are restricting yourself to this particular category. And I mean, you can create other categories in Haskell, you can model them, right? But that becomes awkward. That becomes sort of like template metaprogramming, within Haskell. Not exactly the same mechanism, but the level of difficulty in expressing these ideas in Haskell is as big as template metaprogramming in C++. So, category theory is this higher level language above Haskell, above functional programming, above ML, Haskell, Scala, and so on, C++, assembly. It's a higher level language. Okay, it's not a practical language that we can write code in, but it's a language. So just like people who write these horrible metaprogramming template libraries in C++, they can only do this because they learned a little bit of Haskell, right? And they know what some constructs in Haskell are and how to do things that are how to implement algorithms on immutable data structures, right? They know how to do this because they learned it from Haskell, and they just translate it into this horrible template programming language. Fine, right? And it works, and people are using it. The same way, if you're a functional programmer, you can take these ideas from category theory, these very, very abstract ideas, and translate it into, well, this kind of awkward language called Haskell, right? Now, looking from categorical perspective, Haskell becomes this ugly language, just like looking from Haskell, C++ becomes this ugly language, right? But at least, it's an executable language. It's a language in which we can write programs. And of course, these ideas, when they percolate from category theory down to Haskell, they can also percolate then down to C++ and maybe even to assembly or PHP or whatever, JavaScript, if you want to, because these are very general ideas. So we want to get to this highest possible level of abstraction to help us express ideas that later can be translated into programs. So that's, for me, is the main practical motivation. Okay? But then I started also thinking about theoretical motivation or more philosophical motivation. Because once you start learning category theory, you see, okay, category theory unifies lots of things. I mean, if you abstract enough, right? If you chop up all the unnecessary stuff and you are on top of Mount Everest and you are looking down, then suddenly all these things start looking similar. Okay? Like from that high level, all these little programming languages look like little ants, and they behave the same way. And it's like, okay, they're all the same. At that level of abstraction, all this programming stuff, it's all the same. It looks the same. But that's not all. Suddenly, at this high level, other things look the same. Okay? And then mathematicians discovered this. They've been developing separate areas of mathematics, right? So first of all, they developed geometry, algebra, number theory, topology, what have you, right? Set theory. These are all completely different, separate theories. They look nothing like each other, right? And category theory found out similarities between all these things. So it turns out that at a certain level of abstraction, the structure of all these theories is the same, right? So you can describe, you tweak with the structure of a category, and you suddenly get topology. You tweak the structure of category, right? And you suddenly get set theory. You tweak something else, and you get algebra. Okay, so there is this unification, this grand unification of essentially all areas of mathematics in category theory, right? But then there's also programming, right? Programming that deals with these computers, with these memory and processor registers, okay? And this stuff can be described also, the programming languages, this stuff can be described mathematically as lambda calculus, like all these languages that they essentially have roots in lambda calculus. They try to get away from bits and bytes and go-tos and jumps, right, and loops, and they want to abstract this stuff into stuff that's more like lambda calculus, right? And there are these data structures, and these data structures, we used to look at them like, here's a bunch of bytes, here's a bunch of bytes, here's a pointer from this bunch of bytes to this bunch of bytes, and so on, right? It's like very, very low level, like the plumbers working with tubes, right? And then computer scientists say, actually these things, they form types, okay? So there's type theory. There's type theory that can describe all these categories of data structures, right? And but there's also type theory in mathematics, right? People invented types in math not to solve problems that computer scientists have. They try to solve problems like paradoxes, like there is Russell's paradox, okay? That says if you want to, you cannot construct a set of all sets, okay? Things like this, or maybe this barber's paradox, where the barber can shave himself or not. Every barber shaves only people who don't shave themselves. So can he shave himself or not, right? This kind of paradox, and these are funny paradoxes, right? But they're serious. So this Barber's paradox actually can be translated into Russell's paradox, which is like the set of all sets, or can a set contain a set that, like sets that don't contain themselves, don't form a set, and so on, stuff like this, right? And Russell came up with this theory of types that to say that sets form layers upon layers, that you cannot just have all sets and put them in one big set, right? And then the type theory evolved from this, and there's this very abstract Martin Love type theory, very formal, right? So that's just a branch of mathematics that was created to deal with paradoxes. Right? And then there is logic, and logic was created, long time ago by the ancient Greeks, right? They used logic. So there are lots of logic, and people have been studying logics for thousands of years, right? And at some point, people suddenly realized that all these distinct areas of mathematics are exactly the same. This is called the Curry-Howard-Lambeck isomorphism, which says that whatever you do in logic, right, can be directly translated into whatever you do in type theory. They have actually exactly, it's not like they are similar, they are exactly the same. There is a one-to-one correspondence, right? And the Lambeck part of this isomorphism says that category theory, there are certain types of categories, the Cartesian complete categories that they actually totally describe the same thing. So it's like there are these three different theories. One is about computing, right? One is about categories, another is about types, and they are all the same. So like essentially all our human activity is described by one theory. Okay? So this is like really mind-blowing. And of course, mathematicians, when they discover things like this, they turn philosophical. Or I wouldn't say religious, but at least philosophical, right? It's like, oh my God, we are discovering stuff. It's like, you're not really creating mathematics, right? You're discovering some deep, deep truth about the universe, okay? Like, what do you think? I mean, is mathematics something that we invent, or is it like built into the universe? Because physicists know, right? Physicists do experiments, so like, we study stuff that, we throw these atoms at each other, bang, bang, right? And we observe something. So we are discovering stuff that's around us, right? Whereas mathematicians, no, they just sit down at the desk, right, with a pencil, or walk around in a park and think, right? What are they discovering? And now they are saying, well, we have independently discovered this branch of mathematics. This guy discovered this branch. This other guy in ancient Greece, he discovered logic, right? This guy in Sweden discovered type theory, and they discovered the same thing. There is some really, really deep truth in it that we are discovering. So it's like, there is some Platonic idea, right? I don't know if you've read Stevenson's novels about there's this novel in which there are multiple universes and each of them is more Platonic than the other. And people move from one to Platonic universe to another. But mathematicians think that this is really what they are doing, right? So, and I was thinking about it, and I thought, no, this is really not. There has to be a simpler explanation, okay? And that goes back to the way we do mathematics, or we discover the universe, right? So, what do? I mean, we are like human. We humans, right? We are these evolved monkeys, right? Now we have evolved our brains. So some parts of our brain evolved, since I don't know, 1 billion years of evolution. Like the image processing stuff, for instance, has been evolving for a very, very long time, right? So this is really, really very good system that to like analyze visual input, right? That's been evolving for a very, very long time, starting with bacteria that would just see whether it's bright or dark and change their metabolism, or then they would start seeing, oh, this side is brighter than that side, and so on. And then eventually, the most important thing, where's the predator, right? Where's the food? Like distinguishing between the predator and the food, right? This is like the most important thing that makes you survive, right? And so we got very good at this, and we have inherited the stuff from the lower animals. And there's been a lot of evolutionary pressure to evolve these things, right? And now we are trying to imitate this stuff with computers, and we are finding it's really, really hard. It's a really hard problem, image recognition, right? And recognizing who's your foe and who's your friend, and recognizing where the food is, right? And then whether it's spoiled or not, very important things, computers don't do it very well. Okay, so this is a very hard problem, but we've been working on it for a billion years, right? So our brains know how to do this stuff. But then there are things that evolved in the last 100,000 years or so, right? Or I don't know, how long is human evolution? 100 million years? No, that's not. Whatever it is, it's a tiny number, right? It's just like the last millisecond of evolution. That we suddenly have these brains that can actually think abstractly, right? We can count, we can communicate, right? We can organize stuff, right? And we can do math and we can do science. And this is like a really, really fresh ability, right? And we've been doing science for the last few thousand years only. So that's nothing on the evolutionary scale. And we are doing with these brains. Where do these brains come from, right? They evolved to do things like hunt mammoths, okay? Or run away from saber-toothed tigers, okay? They did not evolve to do programming. That's a very, very recent thing, right? They didn't evolve even to do mathematics or logic. No, they evolved to do stuff like hunting, like finding food, and especially organizing ourselves into groups, right? Social activities, right? So, and communicating, so language, right? So we have these language skills. This is a very fresh thing, right? So compared to like the complexity of our visual cortex, this newly acquired ability to actually think abstractly and using a language, that's a like really very, very fresh thing. And it's very primitive, okay? It hasn't had time to evolve. It's very simple, and we are using this tool that we evolved to throwing, javelins or arrows, shooting arrows and communicating with other guys like, oh, here, the mammoth is over there, no, don't run there, or right behind you, a saber-toothed tiger, right? Or a bear. So we are now using this tool to do mathematics. So there are certain things that we found useful in doing abstract thinking, okay, in doing mathematics. And the major thing is we come head to head with a very complex problem, like how to provide food for our tribe, right? And we solve it. How do we solve it? We divide it into smaller problems that we can solve. And then we combine the solutions, okay? So this is the only way we know how to deal with complex situations, by decomposing these things into simpler things, and then solving them, the simplest problems, and combining the solutions into bigger solutions. And this is everywhere, okay? You find this is so permeates everything we do that we don't even notice it, okay? But this is how we work. And because this is how we work, this is how we do science as well. So every branch of science, every branch of mathematics we can only see these things that can be chopped into pieces and then put together. So no wonder they look the same, okay? Because we can only see these problems that have the structure. If they don't have the structure, we just don't see them. We just say we cannot solve this problem, okay? Let's do something else. Maybe we can get grant for solving that other problem because that seems choppable into smaller pieces. This one doesn't. Let's forget about it. Let's not even talk about it, right? So one could think, okay, so maybe the whole universe is like this. Maybe everything in this universe can be chopped into little pieces and then put together, right? Maybe that's like the property of this universe, and our brains are just reflecting this, okay? And personally, I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, and hopefully I'm wrong, but I'm a physicist also. I mean, I started as a physicist, right? So I saw what was happening in physics. And in physics, we also wanted to chop things into little pieces, right? And we were very successful at this, we found out that matter is built from atoms, right? So atoms are these things that we can separate and can study, right, their properties, and then we say, okay, the property of a rock or a piece of metal comes by combining the properties of these atoms. So we can decompose a piece of rock into atoms, study them, and then recompose it, right? And then we have the understanding of how this is. But then we didn't stop at that, because we wanted to see what's inside the atom, right? So there are these elementary particles, there are these electrons, protons, and so on. So at some level, I mean, if we want to be decomposing things into simpler things, these simpler things have to have simpler properties. For instance, what's the simplest thing that we can imagine for an elementary particle? it has to be a point, right? It should be a point. I mean, if it's a ball, right, then maybe we can cut it, chop it into smaller pieces, and then do the decomposition, recomposition, and so on. So at some level, some lowest possible level, we cannot chop it anymore, and we should find a point, right? So an elementary particle should be a point. That would be like the end of this level of decomposition, right? And we try doing this, right? And then we have like the standard model of particles in which we assume that particles are points. We sort of cheat because it turns out that we cannot really deal theoretically with point particles because they lead to infinities, like 2-point particles when they get very, very, very close together, right? The interaction goes to infinity and everything blows up. So we came up with this renormalization theory, which is like a big hack, you know, to get rid of infinities and so on. And of course, physicists were not very happy with that. So they thought, okay, so maybe at this lowest level, things are not as choppable as we thought. Maybe nature really does not follow this kind of, you know, divide and then combine. So they came up with this idea that maybe elementary particles are strings, right? Have you heard of string theory, right? Like, what a crazy theory this is. That this most elementary thing is not a point, but it actually is a string, and you cannot chop it, right? It's like the elementary thing is not divisible, but it's not a point. And quantum theory now says, this is another non-choppable piece of knowledge that we found out. It says, okay, so if you have, you know, a bigger system, right? Maybe you can separate it into elementary particles, and you can say, okay, I have a system of 10 particles. I know properties of these 10 particles, right? And I call this system something bigger, like an object, right? And I can find out the structure of this object by looking at these particles. And it turns out in quantum mechanics that a state that they don't add up, okay? A state that has 2 particles is not a sum or a product or a convolution of states of a single particle. It's a new state, which follows a different, you know, differential equation, and so on. So we try to separate particles, you know, and suddenly we cut the particles apart, and it turns out that, you know, something weird happens in between when you are cutting, right? You are actually changing the system by separating things, okay? So maybe at the very bottom, or maybe there is no bottom, or maybe at the very bottom things are not separable. Maybe things are not composable. Maybe this composability that we love so much, that is not a property of nature. That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's not a property of nature. Maybe this is just a property of our brains. Maybe our brains are such that we have to see structure everywhere. And if we can't find the structure, we just give up. So in this way, category theory is not really about mathematics or physics. Category theory is about our minds, how our brains work. So it's more of epistemology than ontology. Epistemology is how we can reason about stuff, how we can learn about stuff. Ontology is about what things are, right? Maybe we cannot learn what things are, but we can learn about how we can study them. And that's what category theory tells us. Okay, let's take a break.
I'm really enjoying this.
So that was the philosophical part of my talk, and I will be slowly moving towards really more practical. I mean, practical in the sense of mathematical stuff, not so much philosophy. Okay, but from all this talk about how our brains work, the important part is that we want to be able to. The major tools in our arsenal, right, are abstraction, composition, and I'm going to add one more thing to this: identity. So, as I said, abstraction means we want to get rid of the details. We want to forget about the assembly language of or machine language of what we are doing, and that's not only in programming; it's also in mathematics or in physics. We want to get rid of unnecessary details. Okay, so once we get rid of unnecessary details, then suddenly what happens is that things that were different, but they were different because of unnecessary details, they suddenly become identical, right? Like if you have, let's say, 2 billiard balls of the same color, right? They are not really identical if you look under the microscope. They have different maybe scratches, maybe they have different configuration of atoms, right? But you can replace one with another when you are playing billiards, right? So once you abstract, things that used to be different now become identical. This is why we have this notion of identity. And this notion of identity, because of abstraction, is always non-trivial. Okay, so there are things that are strictly identical, so like you can replace one with another and you won't notice any difference. But then there are things that are identical for all intents and purposes. Okay, and in mathematics, this is like a very, very important thing. That there is this distinction between it's really the same, or it's not really the same, but we will look at it as if it were the same. Okay, and there is even a whole foundation theory that's being now developed that's based on like distinguishing between what's identical, what's not identical. It's called homotopy type theory. It's a very hot topic right now in mathematics that just tries to solve this one problem of what are things that are equal and what are things that are almost equal, or as they say, isomorphic. Right? Is isomorphism and equality the same thing or not? Should we treat it the same way or not? And so on. So, composition and identity, these two things, they just define category theory. This is all there is in category theory. Okay? It just encompasses composition and identity. So, you are now ready for the first definition of category. Okay? And I wish I could define category what a category is very precisely, but I can't. Okay? So I will be using terms like a bunch. Okay? A category is a bunch of objects. Okay? And like you would want me to say it's a set of objects, right? Because a set has a precise mathematical meaning, right? But it's not. Okay? So you have categories that have sets of objects, and it's fine. But not all categories have sets of objects. It turns out that there are things that are bigger than sets. Okay? And you might think, like, what can be bigger than a set? I mean, what's a set? A set is something that, it has a bunch of elements, right? Like, a set is defined by membership. Is this element a member of the set or not? But then, it's like, but you can build sets with sets. And you can say, I have a set of sets that are 2-element sets, right? And I have a set of all sets that are of this particular shape, right? So elements of a set can also be sets, right? It's like, from a set theorist point of view, everything is a set, right? They have the set hammer, and everything is a set nail for that. Right? So sets are built from sets and so on. And then you can say, so how do I define a set? Okay, I will specify what kind of elements it has, right? So I can say, okay, I have a set of sets. Like there are some sets that are members of themselves, and there are sets that are not. Like a set of dogs is not a dog. So that's one. But a set of what's a good example of a set that is a member of itself? Yeah?
A set that contains only itself.
A set that contains only itself. Okay. Yeah. So now if you can define a set that... so you can also define a set that's a set of sets that are not members of itself, right? And then you can ask, is this set a member of itself or not? Right? And if it is a member of itself, then it should not belong to the set, and if it's not, it should belong. It's like with the, Barber's paradox. If he shaves himself, then he should not shave himself. If he doesn't shave himself, so you get into these paradoxes in set theory, right? So if I say, okay, a category is a set of objects, then I immediately get into this problem. And in particular, you cannot define a set of all sets for some other reason. Right? Because it's too big, it's like a power set it would have to contain all its subsets as well. So it's a set that contains all sets, including its subsets, and so on. So these are the mind-blowing things that set theorists are thinking about, and they cannot sleep at night. So a category says, category theories say, let's not worry about it, right? Well, they do worry about it, but they have ways of doing this, right? So I will say it's a bunch of objects, okay? So a category consists of objects, without specifying further whether they form a set or a bunch or a class. Sometimes it's called a class, which is like less precise than a set. And these objects I will just draw as dots, and arrows. And these arrows are called also morphisms. I'll be sometimes saying morphisms, sometimes I'll be saying arrows. So a morphism or an arrow is something that goes between two objects. So you have an object A, and you have an object B, and you have an arrow between them, and you call it F, okay? And now you might want to ask, but what's an object, right? And I can't tell you, okay? An object is primitive in this theory. It has no properties. It has no structure, internal structure. It's nothing. It's like the atom. It's a point. It has no properties, okay? What's a morphism? Well, a morphism is also a primitive. It has no properties. Well, except that every arrow has a beginning and end. Okay, so that's a important thing. So in fact, the reason for having objects is so that you can mark the ends of arrows. Okay, they don't serve any other purpose as just being names for the ends of arrows, or identifying the ends of arrows. Okay. And notice that this is really funny that we are using arrows here. It's like going back to this, what I talked about, the primitive human beings hunting mammoths with bows and arrows, right? This is really a very interesting thing that we perceive the universe through these notions that were developed by hunter-gatherers, right? They described the world in terms of spatial relationships, right? For instance, so they like when I'm talking about category theory, when mathematicians talk about it, they will put things in space, maybe with their hands, manipulate it. So we know how to manipulate things, right? We know how to position things in space. We talk about spatial relationships. Something is above, something is below. Higher level of abstraction, lower level of abstraction. These are all spatial relationships, right? Now, hunter-gatherers also understand movement. It comes from here, goes here. This is movement. This is from arrow, from A to B, right? It has this little thing here with barbs, right? So when you hit the animal, it can't just pull it because it's, okay? So, and of course we have social language. We hunter-gatherers we're social animals, so they talk about relationships between things in terms of this guy points at this guy, and by movement going from this place to that place through this place and so on. So we'll be using this language all the time, and I want you to realize what kind of language we are using and how it actually constrains us. Okay. But anyway, so we have objects. And objects we draw in some kind of spatial relationship usually, because we are using the spatial part of our brain. We have morphisms, which are arrows, so they suggest some kind of movement and relationship between people. Right. So, what kind of things can happen? I mean, we can have, let's say, multiple arrows going between objects. So if you have object A and B, you can have 0 or more arrows going between them. So every time you define a category, you specify, what are the objects of this category, and for each pair of objects, right, you specify the arrows that go between these objects. Some objects are not connected with arrows. Other objects are connected with one arrow. Other objects are connected with infinitely many arrows. Could be uncountable number of arrows going between two objects. Okay. So if you have an idea that the category is sort of like a graph, that's a good idea, right? Except that you have to be open-minded about what a graph is. It might have infinitely many nodes, and it can have infinitely many arrows between two nodes, or it could have 0, or But you have to expand your mind around this. And of course, you can have arrows going from B to A as well, right? And you can have arrows going from B back to B, or from A back to A. You can have multiple arrows going from A to A, right? And so on. So all these are possibilities. Sometimes people get stuck, and I get questions, like how is it possible that you can have more than one arrow? Aren't they all the same? No, they are different. It's like you can have infinitely many or uncountable number of arrows going from A back to A. And it's okay. You just give them different names. You can, this is F, this is G, this is H, right? So this is what a category is. Okay. Now that's not all. It's not all, because that just tells us about what are the elements of category. We haven't talked about these two things. Composition. So composition is a property, very simple property, that if you have an arrow from A to B, and you have another arrow from B to C, so you have object A, object B, and object C, and you have these two arrows, then there always must exist an arrow that's a composition of these. So if I call this one f and call this one g, I'm using these names f and g that suggest functions, right? Because at some point this will be one of our models for a category. So this is called g after f. After is this little circle. So this arrow is called g after f. And here we have this idea that going from A to B using f and going from B to C using g is identical to going from A to C using this path called g after f. Okay? So this arrow is identical to the composition of these arrows. Okay? It's very important to understand that there might be multiple arrows going from A to C, right? But this one is a composition of these two, and it must exist. Okay? So for every composable pair of arrows, composable means the end of one is the same as the beginning of the other. And here it's important that we have these objects to identify the ends and the beginnings, right? So the end of this is B, the beginning of this is B. So they are composable, right? And if they are composable, then there must be a composition. There must be an arrow going from here to here. So this is called composition. Check. Now when we are defining a category, the category is defined by giving us objects, saying what the objects are, and arrows, and then defining composition, which is sort of like a multiplication table for arrows. So for every two arrows, you have to define what is their composition. It's a humongous multidimensional multiplication table, or infinitely dimensional multiplication table, right? For every three objects, you have to define all possible combinations in which you can compose arrows going between these objects and so on, right? So it's a humongous multiplication table. And the whole information about the category is in this multiplication table, okay? So remember, this is the multiplication table for a category. It's a composition table, how you compose morphisms. And different composition tables will give you different categories. Because since objects don't have structure, since arrows don't have structure, they don't contain any information. But the composition contains the information. And we just want to encode everything absolutely in this composition. Okay? Now, identity. For every object, let's call it A, right? There is an identity arrow, which we will call ID. Sometimes ID with a subscript A, meaning this is identity for the object A. So there is this arrow that we call identity. There's one per object. For every object in a category, there is an identity for this object. Now, why am I calling it this identity? Because of composition. So, if I have an arrow going from, well, let's call it A, let's call it B, ID B, okay? If I compose this arrow F with ID B, I get back arrow F. In this sense, this is an identity, right? It's like, if you think of this as multiplication table, F times ID is again F, right? So this is like a 1 in terms of composition. So I can write it using this notation that ID B after F, right? So first I go F and I go ID B. It's the same as F. Equal, okay? This is one morphism, this is another morphism. They are equal, it's the same morphism, okay? And of course there is a symmetric thing when I have ID A and I have some, let's call it G from A to B, right? So if I start with an ID A, and follow it with G, I will get G, okay? So these two things, they are not the same, right? I mean, this is like left identity, this is the right identity. Sometimes they are the same, well, maybe I shouldn't say that sometimes they are the same, but it's just like, you have to have left identity, and you have to have right identity, okay? So this is one of the axioms of a category, or laws of the category, that in every category, so if you think of a category as a graph, this graph has to have some special properties. For instance, it has to have an arrow going back to the object. For every object, it has to be this little loop, okay? Must. So that's one law, or actually two laws, left identity, right identity. And there is the third law, and that's associativity. So if you have three objects, well, here you have three objects. Let's have three arrows. Okay, so we have object A, an arrow F to object B, then an arrow G to object C, right? You can combine these to have G after F. But if you have another one going to D, right, then you can combine these and have, so F, G, H, right? You have 3 arrows. 3 arrows can be composed in 2 different ways. So this one composition, I compose G, F with G first, G after F, and then I compose this with H. So I have H after G after F. Okay? Now I can also compose G with H first, right? So I'll have H after G, H after G. Okay? And now I can compose this arrow with this arrow, right? And I will get H after G after F. Okay? The difference between these two is where I put the parentheses. Now, if I had to remember where to put parentheses every time I draw a diagram, it would become extremely complex and probably my brain would just give up. Okay? Therefore, the axiom of the category is that this and this is the same. Okay? So, H after G after F must always be equal H after G after F. So this is called associativity, right? Normal thing, associativity. You can associate it this way or this way, and you get the same result. And that's extremely important in order to make this manageable for us humans. Okay? Now you might think, okay, what if we didn't do this? Is it possible still to have a theory in which this is not true? Well, it is possible, and of course there are mathematicians who are working with stuff that maybe not completely false, the associativity is not completely false, but they make associativity weak, meaning that these 2 ways of combining things are not really identical, but they are isomorphic. Okay? Yes?
What about real world stuff like finite precision arithmetic? Is that the kind of thing you're alluding to? Like you're multiplying floats, and the order in which you multiply them, you may end up with a slightly different result.
Well, then they would not form a category in this sense.
Okay.
Yeah. The category has to have associativity. Yes?
So what do you mean by the 3 ways of composition are isomorphic?
It means that there is a transformation that transforms this into this, that is not an identity. Okay. So morphisms can also, okay, this is a separate thing. You can have identity between morphisms that's not identity, it's weak identity, right? Here I'm assuming, well, okay, so let me do, for full disclosure right now, okay? I said objects don't form a set in general. If they form a set, then this category is called small, okay? If they can form a set. If they don't form a set, it's a large category, okay? Morphisms, on the other hand, between any 2 objects, they form a set. So that's okay, right? Now, is there a category theory in which they don't form a set? Of course there is, right? These are the higher order categories in which arrows don't form sets, they form objects in a category. But we are not going to talk about it. So that's it, that's all. That's the category. That's the definition of category, yes?
In terms of definition, when you say the 2 arrows are isomorphic if they have the same beginning and ending?
What is isomorphic?
2 arrows, would they be isomorphic if they have the same beginning and ending?
No. They are different. No. Yes?
Is this so much different from a group in the other great sense?
It's, okay, so the question is that different from a group? And it has some similarities to a group. Actually, it has similarities to something that's called a monoid, right? Because a group is a monoid that also has an inverse, right? So there are 2 ways in which you can impose further conditions on this, and you can say, what if every arrow has an inverse, right? You can define an inverse. You say, if arrow F and G, if they compose to an identity, then one is an inverse of another. That's the definition of an inverse, right? So if you do this, then you end up with something that's called a groupoid. A groupoid is a category in which every arrow has an inverse, okay? It's still not a group. It's more than a group, because a group is really a category in which there's only one object and arrows between them. We'll be talking about monoid as a category, and in particular a group. But this is more because now you have transformations going between objects. So you cannot, in a group, you can compose anything with anything, right? Here you can't. They have to be composable. The end of one has to be the beginning of another, right? You cannot compose anything with anything, right? That's the biggest distinction. Okay, now notice So let me give you an example, okay? And this is the example that we'll be studying a lot, because this is an example from programming, right? We have a basic useful category that we use in programming. And this is the category in which objects are types and arrows are functions, right? Like if any single argument function takes an argument of a type A and returns a result of type B, right? So in the sense, a function is an arrow or a morphism between two types. So that's the category in which, this is actually in Haskell, it's almost exactly, well, actually maybe in ML, this is almost exactly the category with which you are working. Right? Types are your objects, functions are your morphisms, right? In Haskell, it's a little bit more complicated because of laziness of Haskell. Okay, Haskell is a lazy language, so so the trick is that in Haskell, every type also contains this undefined value, the bottom value, which means like if you try to evaluate it, you will get into an infinite loop. It will take you forever. Because categories don't really take into account time. It's like time really is really hard to describe in mathematics, right? Whereas in computation, we worry about time, right? I mean, if something takes too long to calculate, that's useless for us, right? And in particular, if it takes infinite time to calculate, which means it never terminates, okay, it's a calculation. So if you have a function that goes forever, what's the return type for this function? It's a function that's supposed to return an integer, but it never does because it goes into an infinite loop. So in this case, in Haskell, we say it returns an int type, but int type contains this special value called bottom, which means it never terminates. Okay, and that's the digression I make once, and maybe from time to time I will say, well, of course, except for bottoms, and we are ignoring bottoms, or we are ignoring never-ending calculations and so on. Right, so there's this caveat. There's lots of caveats here in the beginning, and I would just want to get rid of them, and later we can think in simpler terms. Okay, but of course you might ask, what are types, right? Okay, types in a programming language. What are they?
It's sets of values.
Sets of values. Okay, so there is a model, a kind of simplistic model. Maybe this works in ML. It won't work in Haskell because of the bottoms, right? But the simplest model for types is that they are just sets of values, right? And so we can model programming as in a category of sets. We can say, okay, so instead of types, we'll be saying sets of values, right? And functions are just functions between sets. Okay, you can define functions on sets. Function from one set to another set, right? And that's a good model too. So sometimes I'll be talking about sets and functions. Sometimes I'll be talking about types and functions. And of course, when I say functions, I'm talking about mathematical functions, right? So mathematical function is defined between sets. So a function is just, you take a value from one set and it gives you a value from another set, right? So I can even draw a picture of what I mean by a function in a set. So I hope you memorize the definition of a category, right? I mean, it's so simple. It's very elementary. So I can erase this now. So it's like you have one set, you have another set. Here you have elements of this set, elements of this set. And the function sort of, takes elements of this set into elements of this set. And again, I'm using the arrows. But these are different arrows. These are not morphisms, right? So one function corresponds to one morphism, right? But we can So this is another thing that you have to be very careful with, this schizophrenic view of a category, right? That every category, well, not every category, okay, but a lot of categories come from some model. For instance, you take set theory, right? So, and you say, I'm going to represent these sets as objects in my category. This category, by the way, is called set, capital O. This is the category of sets and functions, right? We'll be using it quite often. So I'll be talking about the category of sets. And the origin of this category is that I started with sets, right? And I know what sets are. They have structure, right? Every set has elements. And there are functions. And functions in sets, they just map elements to elements, okay? So I know all this stuff. I'm looking under a microscope at a set. I know that it has elements. I know that the function is actually a bunch of mapping. It's a mapping from one set to another, right? Now, when I build a category on top of this, I have to forget about the structure. Okay? I get amnesia, and I say, this is set A. What's inside of the set? I have no idea. It's an atom. Has no structure. Because now I'm putting my category classes, right? No structure. What are the arrows between these sets? Well, I look at what kind of sets these are, right? I know elements of the set. I know what kind of functions are possible, right? So I know how many arrows, how many functions are from this set to this set. And I build my category based on this. I say, okay, this set corresponds to an object A. This set corresponds to an object B. And there are 10 arrows between these objects. Fine. What are these arrows? I don't know. I forgot. I just know there are 10 of them, okay? And I call them A, B, C, D, or F, G, H, okay? And the next thing is, okay, so if I have arrows from this set to this, I mean functions from this set, another function from this set to this set, I can compose them, right? What does it mean to compose functions? Well, you apply a function to an argument, right? You get a result. You take this result, you apply the second function to this result, and you get another result, right? So if you combine this, you started here, you ended up here, you get a function that goes, right? Okay? So starting from some x here, it produces a y here, and y goes into z here. And there is a function that just takes x directly into z. And that's the composition of these two functions. Okay? So I know how to compose functions on sets using this, right? So I use this information to create my big infinite dimensional multiplication table, composition table for my category set. And then I forget. Right? And of course there's an identity function, right, that just takes an x into x, takes another x into x. This is an identity function, right? So every set has an identity function that just doesn't move the set, just maps the set into itself by mapping every element to itself. It's like a trivial function, right? So like ID of x equals x. That's in Haskell, right? Yes?
So it doesn't have to map every element to itself, though, right? It just needs to map the set to itself.
No, because you can map the set to itself in many different ways, right? You can interchange element if you want. That's also a mapping of a set to itself, right?
But from a category point of view, it's still...
Well, okay, so what we are doing here is we are studying the set, and we find out that there are many functions going from the set to itself, right? One of them is the identity function. This will become our identity morphism, right? And by the way, identity function, when it's composed with any other function, will give me back this function, right? So it's a good identity function, I know, from set table, right? Okay, so I know that I will get that my multiplication table that I'm building, when I take this function as my identity morphism, it will be an identity in my big multiplication table, right? So I'm abstracting, I'm just slashing information left and right. I'm forgetting about what's inside the objects, what these functions do, and I end up with this category set. And in this category set, I have these objects that now I forgot where they came from. I have these arrows, I forgot where they came from, but I have the multiplication table, the composition table for them, right? And this composition table fulfills my axioms of category theory, right? I mean, this composition is obviously associative, right? Composition of functions is associative. So I get a good category. I have identity, I have associativity, I have everything. So I got this huge multiplication table. Now I can forget about where it came from. And now I have a category set. And in this category set, you know, I don't care about the structure of my objects or the structure of my functions or my morphisms. I forget that my morphisms are really functions. I forgot all this. And now I can start thinking about, you know, what can I say about these objects just by looking at at morphisms? And it turns out I can say a lot of things. Okay? And then we'll see later, you know, how you can identify, just by looking at morphisms, how you can identify, oh, this set is actually empty, right? How do you know it's empty, right? I mean, if you forgot the information that it has no elements, right? You only have morphisms. Well, it turns out that an empty set has this property that can be expressed just in terms of morphisms, nothing else. And I can identify an empty set, I can identify a single element set using just morphisms, nothing else. It's not easy, but it's possible. So the thing is that you can identify a lot of properties of sets just by looking at the multiplication table. You don't really have to know what's inside these sets. And that gives you a completely new way of looking at things, more abstract way of looking at things, okay? It's like if you think about what's inside a set, you're thinking assembly language of sets, okay? Thinking about elements, how they are mapped, you know, that's the assembly language. Category theory gives you this higher level language, You don't have to look inside the set. You just look at how they are connected with arrows. And this is like the ultimate in data hiding, right? You have an object, it's a data type, it's a set, but you cannot look inside of it. It shrunk to a point. All you have is its interface. Its interface is how it connects to other objects. All these arrows coming out of this object and into this object. They define the interface. So like if you take this idea of data hiding and abstraction, this is where it leads you eventually. This is the end of the road for abstraction, right? This is the end of the road for data hiding. This is it. We have like the most abstract language that you can think of. Okay? And we can stop now. Next time, 2 more. Thank you. So last time, I defined the category for you and explained the most important features of a category: composability and identity. Okay, and I started talking about the most important example of a category that we use in programming. That's the category of types and functions, right? So in programming, we have types and functions, but the model for types and functions is really sets and functions between sets, right? So, I mean, every time you design a language, you have to provide semantics for the language, right? What does it mean, a certain thing in the language? And a lot of languages are defined using so-called operational semantics. I mean, the ones who actually have semantics, right? There are very few of them, none of the major ones. But they sort of like parts of it have semantics that defined, right? And there are 2 ways of defining semantics. One is by telling how this thing executes, right? So it's called operational semantics, because you're defining operations of the language. You know, how one expression or statement can be transformed into another simpler one, and so on. And the other is called denominational semantics, where we actually map it into some other area that you understand. And in particular, the most interesting way of mapping it is into mathematics, right? So you build a mathematical model and you say, this statement in the language or this construct in the language corresponds to some mathematical thing. And this mathematical thing, for instance, for types, is a set of values. For functions, it's a function between sets. Okay? That's why it's so important. And that's why I will just talk about types sometimes, and sometimes I will say set, sometimes I will say type, because I have this semantics in mind. Okay? So what is important is that a function in programming, especially when you are considering imperative programming, it's not exactly the same as a function in mathematics, right? So we have to be more specific. By function between sets, we really understand something that in programming would be called a pure function, right? And it will be a pure function and a total function, because a mathematical function is defined for every argument, not just for some arguments, right? This is like the major source of problems in programming, that we have these partial functions that are defined for some arguments, and for other arguments they explode, right? I mean, if they throw exception, and you catch this exception, that's fine, right? But quite often they don't. They just destroy the computer, right? Explode. So a total function is defined for all its arguments, right? And these arguments are taken from some type. So like it's a function on integers, it has to be defined for all integers, right? And it's a pure function. And how can you tell if a function is pure? So I have this test for a purity of a function. A function is pure if you can memorize it, which means you can turn it into a lookup table, right? Because for every value of an argument, it should return one particular value, right? And you can just remember this value, okay? You call this function once, it evaluates it, and then you can remember it, and next time you do a lookup into a table, right? So you have types that are finite, that only have a finite number of elements, like Boolean, right? Then it's really easy to tabulate them. Functions on characters, if it's just ASCII characters, are really easy to tabulate, right? All of these functions like is alpha, or is printable, they are all actually tabulated, so they are very fast. Now functions on let's say integers or strings, they usually cannot be tabulated, right? But that's only a problem because of resources, right? I mean, if we had infinite resources, we could tabulate them. So ask yourself the question: can I actually memorize this function? And for instance, a function like getChar cannot be memorized, right? You call it once and you remember, oh, it returned H. Good. I'm just remembering. Listen, from now on, whenever somebody calls function getChar, I will return H. Okay, and that's it. No, you can't do this, right? So this is not a pure function. Now, of course, you might say, okay, but you know, how can you program using only pure functions, right? We need things like side effects. We need, okay. So all this stuff can be described on top of pure functions. But what we really want is get to the bottom of the abstraction. Like, what is the lowest level, or the highest level of abstraction? I don't know, depending on how you look at it, right? I mean, so what is the atom? What are the building blocks? What are the simplest building blocks from which we can build more complex stuff, right? Using, again, the same idea of composability. So first we want to decompose the problem, get to the little blocks at the bottom, and then recompose stuff from there. So when we are decomposing this idea of using procedures and data types and so on, we eventually get to the bottom, and that's pure functions. So on top of pure functions, we can be building more complex stuff, including things like I/O. So now that we have this category of types and functions, right? And I talked a little bit about this. Now let me expand on functions. Because functions are very interesting. There's much more to know about functions that we usually consider, right? So they're really interesting beasts. Even these pure functions, right? Total pure functions. We have to look at them from a slightly different perspective, from a perspective of how we can use them as morphisms in our category, right? Category set. Set, right? Which contains sets and functions between sets. So functions are defined in mathematics as special kinds of relations. Okay? What's a relation? Relation is, you take two sets, they have elements, right? And now we are talking about sets as in set theory, not as a category. So in a category, we won't be able to look at elements, but in set theory, we look at elements, right? And a relation is just a subset of pairs of elements, okay? So this is okay, maybe somewhere else, right? So it goes somewhere else here, goes somewhere else, okay? So so it's just pairing of things. We say, oh, this element is in a relation with this element, okay? And again, as I explained, we are using our brains to understand these things, and here we are like talking about relationships. So this is our relationship brain talking about social interactions in mathematics. Okay? Yes, you had a question? Does the relation have to be total? In general? No. We're just talking about general relation in mathematics, right? So we say, okay, this person is in a relation with this person. They are, let's say, friends. Okay, so this guy is a friend of this guy. Maybe this guy is not a friend of this guy. So the relation doesn't have to be symmetric, No. So let me define a relation. Okay. First of all, what is a set of pairs? A set of pairs is in mathematics is called a Cartesian product, right? So we have two sets, S1 and S2, right? And we can do a Cartesian product of it. So all elements from one set were paired with all possible elements from the other set. So the set of all pairs forms a Cartesian product. Now we take a subset of this Cartesian product. We just pick some pairs randomly or not. That's like they are meaningful then. We just pick a subset, and any subset of this Cartesian product is a relation. By definition, that's a relation. Okay. So there are no other requirements. Just a subset of the Cartesian product. That's a relation. Okay. So in this sense, relation does not have directionality, right? Whereas functions have direction. Functions are these arrows, right? So this is one of the most important things to understand, that functions have some kind of directionality. So what kind of condition do we have to impose on a relation for it to become a function? And in a relation, we can have this element, pick element in this set. It can be in relation with many elements in this other set, right? And vice versa. An element from this set can be in relation. Well, okay, I'm putting these arrows in this direction. Okay. So many elements from set S1 can be in relation with a single element in set 2, or one element from set 1 can be in relation with many elements from set 2. Both are okay for a relation. One of them is not okay for functions. Okay, no, I need an eraser. I'm not going to use my hand. Which one is bad for a function? The top one, right? One element, one argument of a function cannot be mapped into a bunch of things. It has to be mapped into one thing. Okay? It's still okay for multiple arguments to be mapped into the same value for a function, but not the other way. So that's where the directionality comes from. Plus, we want to be considering total functions for our category, right? So this whole set has to be mapped. All elements of this set must be mapped into something in this other set. Okay? However, it's not true that all the elements from this set have to have counter, have to come from this set. So this could be a subset that's being mapped. Okay? Now these things have names, so let me name these things for future reference so that we can talk about them easily. So if you have a function f, okay, so this is like a graph of this function f, this is called the domain of the function, right? The domain of the function is just this set from which we are starting, the whole set. That's its domain. This set is called the codomain. And this subset that was obtained by mapping the whole domain is usually called the image of the function. Okay? So functions are not symmetric in this way. You see? This is the whole set. This could be a subset. Multiple elements can be merged into one element, but not vice versa. Right? So there is this directionality. And this directionality is very important. That's a very important intuition about functions. And this is not only an intuition about functions, because later we'll see that in category theory we have all kinds of other mappings. We have mappings between categories called functors. We have mappings between functors, which are called natural transformations, and so on. All these mappings have the same kind of directionality. Okay? And the simplest way to understand this directionality is asking, is the function invertible? Like if I go from here to here, is it possible to go back? Right? And usually it's not. So if there is a function f from some a to b, there isn't always a function that goes the other way around. That is the inverse of this function, right? How do we define an inverse of a function? Well, it has to, so if you have a function that goes from a to b, and I will be using this notation that's just taken from Haskell. Okay, so f is a function. Double column means this is the type of function. The type of function goes from a to b. Right? So this is set A, this is set B, or type A, type B. Okay? So this function is invertible if there is another function that goes in the other direction, from B to A. Okay? That's the inverse of this one. What does it mean? It means that G after F equals ID. Okay? So if you first go F to B, and then go back from B to A using G, you should end up in exactly the same point. So if you have an x here, right, f maps it into some y here, and then you apply g to y, you should get back to x. Okay? That means the inverse. Okay, but we can compose them two ways, right? So g after f is 1, but there's also composition f after g. And this one also has to be an identity. So we go g first, and then f, and you should end up in the same point. Okay? So this makes it symmetric. So a function that's invertible is automatically symmetric. Okay? And a function that's invertible is called isomorphism. So this is the definition of isomorphism. And notice an interesting thing. This is in the language of categories. Okay? Maybe with a little bit of additional notation. If f goes from A to B and g goes from B to A, then this is an identity in which object? In A. Right? So now let's forget about this picture and say A, B, this is F, this is G. Okay? So G after F, F, G, I'll get identity on A. And then F after G, so G first, F next, it's the same as identity on B. Okay? And I have written this in categorical language. I'm not talking anymore about elements. Right? Here I was talking about elements of sets. I don't need to. Okay? Now I can go back to category and say, this is a definition of isomorphism in any category. Not only in category of sets, in any category. Because it's expressed in terms of composition and identity, nothing else. Right? So F is an isomorphism, and if there exists a G with these properties. Okay? Okay, but so isomorphisms are great, because isomorphisms like identify two sets. They say this set really looks like this set. There's like one-to-one mapping between elements of these sets, right? So that's if this is a two-element set and this is a two-element set, I have a mapping between these elements. That's great, right? For my purposes, they are sort of like identical, right? I mean, it's not really identity, it's isomorphism. But I have an identification between these two sets. So for finite sets, an isomorphism is just an identification of elements. This element corresponds to this element corresponds to this, and so on, one-to-one correspondence. For infinite sets, of course, this is a little bit more complicated. For instance, you can have a one-to-one correspondence between natural numbers and even numbers, right? Like y equals 2x, even numbers, right? Or odd numbers, 2x plus 1, right? These are functions that are invertible. Is that true? No. no. But if this is a set of even numbers, right? So let's say this is a set of even numbers. Not the set of all numbers, just a set of even numbers. And this is the set of all numbers, n, right? Then I have one-to-one correspondence between even numbers and whole numbers, right? And that's because they are infinite. And for infinite sets, you can do tricks like these. But if this is a natural numbers and this is, let's say, real numbers, let's say, right? Real numbers. Then you know that there is no correspondence like this, right? Do you know that? Yeah, okay. There's a good argument there. But that's just a side remark, right? So it just to make you aware of the fact that isomorphisms kind of tell you that these two things are, for some intents and purposes, identical. Right? But there are most functions are not isomorphisms, right? Most in the sense of, I don't know, what does it mean most? But like most functions that we deal with are not isomorphisms. And there are two reasons for a function not to be an isomorphism. Okay, so you have to have good reasons not to be an isomorphism. One reason is because a function can collapse elements of a set, right? So it takes multiple elements of this set are mapped into a single element of this set. So let me be sort of more precise here in this drawing and just focus on one thing. So you have some x1 and you have some x2, and function f maps both of these elements into the same y. Okay? For instance, let's see, a function is even, which returns a Boolean, right? So is even maps every even number into this one element of the Boolean called true. All even numbers are mapped to true. All odd numbers are mapped to false. So lots of numbers are mapped into one body, right? So we have this kind of gluing going on. So that's one reason for this function not to be invertible. There's another reason for the function not to be invertible, and that's that it that its image does not fill the whole codomain, right? So you have a function in which so this is the codomain. There are some points here. This is the image, right? The image of function f. There are some functions outside of the image that just don't correspond to any x's here, right? So if you would want to invert this function, you would have to create a function g, and what's the value of g on this point, right? Maybe you can invert it for these points, and you can say, okay, this x is mapped to this y. Okay, maybe I can invert it. If I don't have this gluing, right, then maybe I can invert it. But I don't know what to do with this guy. What should g be on this? No idea. Yes?
Isn't it possible to have an inverse relation in this case, though? Or do we not care about those? Like, for instance,
Yes. And then in fact, at some point people have this, instead of inverting functions, what you could say is that the counter image of this y, right, it will, okay, in this case, right, it will be some bunch of points here, right? And this bunch of points that are mapped to the same point, it's called a fiber, okay? And fibration is a very interesting topic in category theory, okay? Because then you can build a set of fibers here and you can say, okay, on a set of fiber, this thing is invertible. Right? I'm getting really ahead now. Okay? So there are these two reasons for non-invertibility. So I like to think of this like a function. If you think of a function as something directional, a process that takes place in time, a function that's not invertible is something that increases entropy, right? It boils an egg, and you cannot unboil an egg, right? So this kind of things make make this thing non-invertible. And it's very important because these two things, these two phenomena here that make it non-invertible, they correspond to a very interesting thought process that we use to solve problems. This corresponds to abstraction. This means, I really don't care which of these points I came from. I'm only interested in one property there. So I'm abstracting. I'm throwing away some information about whether it was x1 or x2. And I'm left with just one piece of information. For instance, I'm throwing in information about what was the exact number that I mapped. I'm just extracting the information whether it was even or odd. Okay? So I'm sifting information, right? And I cannot invert it. I cannot say, oh, it was an even number, so it must be 2. No. It must be 0. No. Right? I don't know how I came to this conclusion. But I have abstracted a bunch of information. And now I have just this one piece of information that I care about. Okay? So this is the process of abstraction. This, on the other hand, is the process of modeling. Okay? I'm modeling this set inside this bigger set. Or maybe it's not bigger, right? But since it has this environment, right? So I'm saying, okay, I'm recognizing the pattern that's defined by this set inside the second set. Okay? So I'm mapping it. So I'm sort of like injecting this guy here. Right? This is some, stick figure or something. And I see the same stick figure here. Okay? So, this is maybe a human sitting in a cave, right? And this is the shadow on the wall of the cave, right? I'm embedding it in here. Okay? And I'm abstracting maybe also, right? Because this is a three-dimensional guy, this is a two-dimensional shadow and doesn't have so I'm doing both abstraction and modeling. And then somebody comes and recognizes this, hey, you just draw a person. Oh, right? The first human being drew a person on the wall and they're so excited. Right? So they just discovered category theory. Okay, so mathematicians, of course, have names for these things, right? But their names are like the inverse of what I described. So like they say, okay, if a function does not collapse things, then if it's not collapsing, then it's called injective or injection. Injective function does not collapse things. Okay, so if you have two different x's, x1 and x2, and you map them with the function, then you will always get y1 and y2. They will be different. So if x1 is different from x2, then okay, let me write fx1 and fx2, right? So if these guys are different, then these guys are different too. Which means it's not collapsing anything, right? It's just injecting the thing as is, right? The whole thing with all the points in here get transported to this other set, okay? No shrinking, no forgetting, no abstraction, right? So that's an injective function. It just injects this thing. And this thing, also, they have a name for the opposite of this, namely, if the function covers the whole codomain, right? If the image is equal to the codomain, then it's called surjective. And that's from I don't know, French or Latin. Sur means on, right? So it's onto. It's a function that's onto the other. So this one is a counterexample for a surjection, right? That's not a surjection because it has this terra incognita here. A surjection doesn't have this. Surjection covers the whole thing, right? And in particular, in set theory, if you have a function that's both injective and surjective at the same time, it's actually an isomorphism. You can invert it, okay? So that's a good thing to know. But now you might say, okay, so we know something about set theory, that there are injective functions and surjective functions. Now, if we define this in terms of elements, right? I said elements here, right? And surjective, it means that so this, like for all y's in the second set, y equals f of x, right? There exists an x. For all y's there exists an x, that y is equal to f of x, okay? That's in terms of elements of the sets. So like, there is no thing outside. Every element that I take in this set has a counter image, okay? So I have defined something in terms of elements. And now if I go to category theory, the set category, how do I talk about injections and surjections, right? If I cannot look at elements. Turns out, I can. But it's a tricky business. Because I have to express this stuff now only in terms of morphisms, right? Of other morphisms. So I have to turns out I have to talk about all the other objects in the category, all of them, in order to define this one property, okay? And this is very, very characteristic to category theory. That if you want to define a property of an object or an arrow, you define it with respect to essentially everything else, okay? It's like this is a very holistic approach, right? You cannot just focus on one little thing because no matter how good your microscope is, you cannot look inside this little point, right? this point where A is, right? And here's B. Because in category theory, this is a point. Here, it's a big thing. I can look at using a microscope. So if my microscopes don't work, maybe my telescopes will work. Okay? I'll be looking at the whole universe, and I will say, okay, this little guy is in a relationship with the universe, and the relationship of this guy with the universe is such that I can say something of this type, like it's sort of like injective or surjective. Except that in category theory, we don't like Latin, okay? We use Greek. So instead of saying something is surjective, you know, onto in Greek is epi, right? So we'll say that something is surjective, it's called epic, okay? And something that's like injective, it's called monic. Or monomorphism, right? Monic thingy or monomorphism. Monomorphism. And this can be called epimorphism. Oh, I'm getting outside of my area. Epimorphism. Or an epimorphism, okay? So, epimorphism and surjective function. It's the same thing when you consider just set theory, right? And injective and monic is the same in set theory. But these things are defined for any category. So they are much more general. So how would we define this stuff? And then erase this, maybe. Remember this? That's an easy thing. Okay? So how would we define, let's say, an epimorphism? I think that's easier. An epimorphism. So we have a function from A to B. Sorry, not a function, a morphism. Okay, but let's first think about the function. But let's try to like define this property of a function that's surjective in such a way that we don't talk about elements. Okay? So first we'll start with a set, but we'll try to find the property of a surjective function that can be expressed purely in terms of other functions. Okay? So let's first think about if it's not surjective. What does it mean? If it's not surjective, it means that there are guys here that are not in the image, right? So suppose that I take another function called g from this set. So this is my set A, this is my set B. Let's say I pick a set C, whatever set, right? And the function g from B to C. So as you can see, function g will have values for elements that are in this terra incognita, but also for these elements that are in the image of F, right? But if I compose these two, and here's the trick, I have to talk about composition, because composition is the only thing I have at my disposal in a category. So I better talk in terms of composition, right? So if I talk in terms of composition, if I compose this function f with g, then look what happens. This x will go inside the image, and g will take it to some, so this is, let's say, y, this is some z, right? Okay? So g after f will actually not probe this terra incognita, right? Even though g maps everything, inside a composition, it will actually only act on this, right? Inside a composition. Because it's acting on y's, and these y's were obtained by acting on x's using f. Right? That's how composition of functions is defined in set. Aha! So, if I take two such functions, g1, let's say, and another function, g2, and these functions only differ here. So g1 maps this guy into this point, and g2 maps this guy into this point. Then g1 is different from g2, right? Because they map points differently. Or actually what I want to say is the same point is mapped by g1 and g2 to something different, right? That's the difference. The same point is mapped to two different points. That means g1 and g2 are different functions. But if they only differ outside in this halo, then the composition with f would be the same, right? So the composition g after f, g1 after f, will be the same as g2 after f, even though g1 is different from g2. So the converse of this is, if for every g1 and g2, if g1 of f equals g2 after f, follows that g1 is equal to g2. If for every such combination, then I can say this function is surjective, right? I'm just like reversing the logic. If for any object C and any pair of functions, G1 and G2, from B to C, if G1 after F is the same as G2 after F, then G1 must be equal to G2. If this is true, then the function is surjective. And look at what happened. Now I have expressed this purely in terms of categorical terms, right? And maybe I should put one more for every C, right? For all C's, for all object C's, for all morphisms G1, G2 that go from B to C, okay? Remember, if from G1F equals G2F follows that G1 is equal to G2, then this is an epimorphism. And this definition will work for any category. In the category of sets, this is just exactly the same as a surjective function, right? But in any category, I can define something like this, because I'm only using composition. But notice that I'm using these quantifiers for all. So I have to consider all objects in my category, all C's, and all possible pairs of morphisms from B to C, right? So I'm really, really looking at the whole universe, just to define this one property of F, okay? And the way to remember this property, this is one way of looking at this, is that if I have this kind of relation, it means that I can cancel something on the right. It means if I have G1 after F equals G2 after F, that I can cancel F. And what do I get? G1 equals G2, right? This is actually a good point for a break. Yes? Yes, okay, let's take a break. Let me repeat this. The definition of epimorphism. So F is an epimorphism from A to B if for every other object C in the whole category and for every pair of morphisms that go from B to C, if the composition G1 after F is the same as G2 after F follows then G1 is equal to G2, then this is an epimorphism. But F is an epimorphism. Okay? And in other words, if we have the composition G1F equals to G2F, we can cancel the F on the right. So from G1F equals G2F follows that G1 equals G2, right? And now we want to do the same for monomorphism. So in monomorphism, right, so let's start with something that is not a monomorphism. Something that's not a monomorphism or not an injective function. We'll start with defining what an injective function is, right? So a non-injective function will just map two different elements of one set to the same element of set B, right? So two different x's, x1, x2, are mapped into the same y. So how can we describe this in terms of other functions rather than looking at elements? Okay, so this time we'll put our C here, okay? So if we have two functions from C to A that differ only by mapping some, let's say, Z. One of them maps Z into x1, so this is G1 and maps Z into x1. And another function, G2, maps the same Z into x2. Then if you compose G1 with F and G2 with F, you'll get the same result, right? Because they only differ on these 2 points. They are equal on everything else, but they differ in the way they map Z. You'll get the same result because both of these x1 and x2 are mapped into the same y. So in this case, the composition F after G1 will be equal to F after G2, even though G1 is different from G2. So this is like very similar to what we talked about epimorphisms, except that now we use pre-composition rather than post-composition. So the same, a very similar definition, right? The isomorphism, right? So we'll have for every object C and every pair of G1, and G2, this time they go from C to A. If F after G1 equals F after G2 leads to G1 equal G2 always, right? Then we say F is an monomorphism this time, monomorphism, okay? So this is monomorphism. monomorphism. And again, I reversed the logic. So this guy is not a monomorphism because this condition is not true. This guy here, not a monomorphism. But if for every single choice of C and G1, G2, the equality of the composition leads to the equality of these functions, then it's a monomorphism. And again, as before, so notice that these are the important things to remember. I had to use the whole universe to define this property. I had to say for all C's and for all pairs of morphisms from C to A. So this is sort of a global property or a universal property. Right? We'll see a lot of universal properties in defining things in a category. Epimorphism and monomorphism are defined for every category. You can say a morphism F is an epimorphism if this condition is true, or a monomorphism if this condition is true, and it's an epimorphism if this condition is true. And these work in any category, this definition, right? I mean, of course, you can have a category in which there are no epimorphisms or no monomorphisms.
It's a useful generalization of inductivity.
Yes. And of course, you might ask yourself the question, okay, if in set theory it was true that if you had something that was both surjective and injective, then it was an isomorphism. Is that also true for any category, that if something is both epi and mono, that it's an isomorphism? No. It's not. It's not. There are examples, but it's not. Okay? All right, so we talked about functions, and I hope you get some better feel for what functions do, right? Like this important thing about functions that what does it mean that they have directionality, that they are not reversible, at least most of them are not reversible, right? Now let's talk about sets a little bit, because sets are our models for types, right? So let's like think about the simplest possible types that we can think of, or simple possible sets. So what's the simplest set in set theory? Empty set. And this is like the most important set really in set theory, I think. An empty set, right? So does an empty set correspond to a type in programming? And the answer is, you won't find an empty set anywhere in imperative languages. I don't think so. But you find it in Haskell. Okay? In Haskell, an empty set corresponds to a type. And of course, now I have to say my standard caveat, that in Haskell, types are funny because they contain this bottom element, right? So an empty set really is not empty because it contains the bottom element. But if we forget for a moment about functions that never terminate, right, then we can say that that the empty set corresponds to the type called void. I think it's a good name because it has nothing in it. There is no element of void, which means it doesn't have a constructor. There is no way to construct an element of void. You know, like for most types, you have a way of constructing an element. Like for an integer, you can construct 1 or 0 or 5, right? For a pair, you can construct a pair. If you give me 2 elements, I can put them into a pair, and so on, right? But for a void type, there is no way of constructing it. So, can we define functions that take void as argument? Okay, so that's like the first question. Is there a function that would like go from void to, let's say, integer? Okay. Yes or no? Who thinks yes? Okay. Who thinks no? Oh, everybody thinks yes. Oh, no. Oh, there's some.
So, and you can have an arrow, but I don't know about functions since they're defined in terms of elements.
Okay, a function is defined, yes, in terms of elements. So can you define a function that's defined in terms of elements that takes a void as an argument, right? Because, and the answer is, mathematically speaking, yes. Because it's, I mean, you could call this function a bluff, okay? It's like, yes, I have a function that takes a void, okay? I challenge you to call this function, right? As soon as you give me an element of type void, I'll give you an integer. Okay? Prove me wrong. You can't, right? Because there's no way to produce an element of type void. And this is good. This is very good. Because if you couldn't construct a function that takes a void as an argument, then you wouldn't be able to construct this very important function, id void, which takes void into void, right? Every object in our category has to have an identity. So an identity for void has to be a function that takes a void and returns a void. And thank God we can construct this function, okay? This is a good function, okay? You can never call it, but that's a different thing, but it exists. Okay, it exists in vacuum. Mathematicians say this: something exists in vacuum if you cannot provide an argument for it, or you cannot actually test what it does. Right? It's impossible to test it, but it exists. Okay. And this function has a name in Haskell. It's called absurd. It's an absurd function. And actually this name makes a lot of sense if you start translating programming or type theory into logic. Because void corresponds in logic, corresponds to false. To falsity, right? And you cannot construct falsity from something, right? So you cannot, which means you cannot prove something that's false, in other words, right? You cannot prove something that's false. If something is false, it's false. It has no proof, right? Which means there is no function. Proof is a function, okay? So in this correspondence between types and logic, it's called proposition as types, a function corresponds to, the existence of a function corresponds to a proof of something, right? Or of a proposition. So in this case, since you cannot create a void, there is no proof of falsity. Falsity is false, right? On the other hand, if you assume false, then from false follows anything. Okay, from false premises, you can derive anything. That's why you have this function. It's not int, it's anything, it's any type. It's a polymorphic function, okay? A here stands for any type. So, next is a one-element set, a singleton set, okay? And in Haskell, well, okay, it's called unit, but the notation for it is just an empty tuple, a pair of parentheses. So this is the type, okay? Empty tuple is a type, and it has only one element, and this element can be constructed from nothing. It can be just from thin air. You can just say, okay, you need a singleton element. Here it is, right? And the element of the singleton type is also has the same denotation. It's also a pair of parentheses. So it's like the type of this element is this type, because in Haskell, expressions, terms, and types live in different namespaces. So you can have the same name for an element and the same name for a type, and it's fine. So this is kind of the cleverness of Haskell, because in Haskell, people try to use as few notation, as little notation as possible, so they overload stuff. So what can we say about this unit type? Well, from the point of view of logic, again, this corresponds to true. Okay, you can always pull out true, and you can always prove that it's true, right? So true is true, right? It's a tautologism, tautology. So are there functions? Well, let's say first a function from 2. Let's say a function that takes anything into a unit. Okay, so it's we can easily construct a function like this, right? I mean, it just disregards its argument and just creates a unit out of thin air, because units are creatable from thin air, right? Because there's only one unit, and you can just point your finger at it, right? So this is a function called unit. It's not a very interesting function, but it exists. Okay? Actually, it is interesting. We'll talk about this when we talk about how to define these things in a category. Because right now I'm defining them in terms of sets, right? Single element set, empty set. That's all in terms of elements. An empty set is something that has no elements, right? We'll define it later using categorical terms. What about the function that takes a unit and returns, let's say, an int? Okay, are there functions like these? So it takes a unit, and the unit is, something that you can always provide, and it maps this unit into an integer. So this function, this function must be constant, right? It has to return always, since it's a pure function, it always has to return the same integer. When you call it with a unit, it will always return the same integer. So there are many functions like this. There's a function, let's call it 1. Okay, that always returns 1. Whenever you call it with a unit, and you can call it with a unit anytime you want, right? Because you always have units. There's a function called 2, and so on. There's a function 0. And there's a function true that always returns Boolean true, and so on. So there are lots of functions like these. For any type here, I can define functions like these. Many functions. Okay, so actually, how many functions like these can I define? Right? For a Boolean, how many functions from unit to Boolean are there? 2, right? One is true, the other is false. Okay. How many functions like this, let's say for, the type color, that's red, green, blue? 3 functions, right? The function that returns red, the function that returns green, the function that returns blue. Okay. So I have as many functions as I have elements of a set. Now for integer, I can't really count them unless this is like a computer integer, right? 32-bit integer, okay? So there are like 4 billion of these functions, right? Each of them corresponds to a single possible value, to a value of type integer, right? So what happens here is that I have a sneaky way of defining what an element of a set is without talking about elements, right? Because I'm just talking about functions, right? Which are morphisms. So I can say, okay, in set, I have this family of morphisms from unit. If I can define unit in terms of a category, right? Then the family of functions from unit correspond to picking elements of sets. And we'll be seeing this over and over again. These are the very important functions from a singleton set, or later we'll generalize singleton set, to any other set, or to any other type, or to any other object, right? They define, in a way, elements of a set. Or in the future, we'll say generalized element of an object. If functions like these exist, they are called generalized elements. So we'll be replacing talking about elements by talking about morphisms from the special set, okay? Which is kind of a bummer because we wanted to get rid of elements and never even have to mention elements, and now we have this backdoor way of saying, hey, I can actually talk about elements by replacing them with these functions. But it's okay. It's okay. An object like this does not always exist in every category, right? In some categories it does, in others it doesn't. In set, it is a singleton set. Okay. What other types do we have? Well, what about a type that has 2 elements, right? The type that has 2 elements is just Boolean, okay? I mean, whatever you call it, it's always equivalent to a bool. Bool has true and false 2 elements, right? So 2 elements, and we'll see later, we'll discover later that actually Boolean is not like an atomic construction in our category of sets or in set theory. It actually can be defined as like a product of 2 units. Okay, so this is not really independent. But these 2 types, void and unit, they form the basis for the rest. Okay, and from them we'll be deriving other more complex types. Okay, so that's the preparation for this. Okay, we can talk about functions from bool and to bool, right? Just for completeness. So a function that returns a boolean, right? That's called a predicate. So examples of such functions are like isDigit. Okay, because this is a good place to stop, because the next thing to talk about is examples of categories that are different from the set. Okay? We'll talk about this next time. Cool. Okay, thanks. Last time we talked about sets, and we sort of started talking about sets as sets of elements. So that's not a very categorical view. But what I was trying to do is reformulate some of the properties of sets in terms of morphisms, or functions in this case, right? So like we can define a bunch of things about sets rather than, I mean, it's probably like easier to describe them in terms of elements because we are used to it. This is sort of like the assembly language of set theory. But it makes sense to reformulate them, if possible, in terms of arrows or morphisms or functions between sets. And if we can do that, then we can automatically ask, how does this generalize to an arbitrary category? But we don't know many categories yet, right? I mean, we know this category of sets and as a model for the category of types and functions. But let's talk a little bit, like broaden our horizons about what other categories are there that might be interesting. Okay, and just like we started with the simplest possible set, an empty set, and then one element set, and so on, let's start with like the simplest possible category. So what would be a simplest possible category? Very few objects, right? Like, what is the smallest possible number of objects? 0, right?
Can you have a function that doesn't have to be the most?
Okay, so yeah, let's think about this. I mean, is it possible to have a category that has no objects, right? Because it still has to be a category. So how is a category defined? With objects and arrows. Are there any arrows in a category that has no objects? No, there cannot be, because an arrow must go from an object to an object. So if there are no objects, then there are no arrows. Now, if there are no arrows, then can we say that the axioms of the category, right, the conditions for the category, are they fulfilled? Are they satisfied if there are no arrows? And the answer is, well, yes, because we can say, like, for any, like, what is it? For any pair of composable arrows, there is a third arrow that just goes straight from A to C, right? For any pair. If there aren't any, then it's automatically satisfied, right? And for every object in a category, there has to be an identity arrow. Well, is there an identity arrow for every object? Well, there aren't any objects, so yeah, right? We can say anything about it. Okay, so this empty category that has, so then, like, let's call it 0, okay? Not to be confused with the number 0, right? But usually from the context we understand what it is, that it's a category. In itself, this is sort of a crazy category, right? I mean, it sort of sounds like a joke, right? A category that has no objects. It's like, yeah, it's a category, right? But what's the use of this category? And it's true, by itself, this category is useless. However, the value of this category is in context, right? Just like 0 by itself is useless. But when you start adding this 0 to other numbers, or using this 0 after a 1, and you say, my salary is 1 followed by 5 zeros, okay, or 6 zeros, then it feels good, right? So these zeros are important, but only in context. So what is the context for this category? The context for this category would be if we had a category of all categories. So in a category of all categories, this would be an important thing, yes?
Is it somehow useful as a base case of some kind of inductive proof, where it's something that's true for this category, it's true for category N and category N plus 1, it's true for all categories?
Well, but okay, so if you wanted to do some kind of inductive proof, then you would have to have a set of categories or a category of categories, right? You would have this to be like the first in a row of categories, right? So maybe there are some proofs that are sort of like inductive, although this, a category of all categories is a humongous thing, right? So indeed there is a category of categories, and at least there is a category of small categories, right? The ones that have sets of objects rather than bigger things of objects, right? There is also a category of all categories, but it's much subtler, right? Because you have to deal with these things that are not sets. Really. But in that context, this will become an interesting thing, and it will actually be, and I'll give you, I'll say it, although I won't explain yet, right? It's an initial object in the category of all categories. So obviously the next candidate for the next category that we can talk about is the category that has just one object. Okay? So how can we build a category that has one object? It has to have at least one arrow, because now we know, so for every object there has to be an identity arrow. So this category looks like this. There's a dot, right? There's this object, and there's this arrow going back, and it's an identity. So this is also a very simple category, and also it's a pretty useless category in itself, except, again, in the context of all categories. And this will be, and I'll give you this information without explanation, there will be a terminal object in the category of categories. Okay, cool. So now we can think of, okay, so the next thing would be like a category with 2 objects, right? We have a choice here. We can have a category which has 2 objects and just identity arrows, right? That's a good category. We can have a category in which we have an arrow going this way from one object to another, right? We can have a category in which we have 2 arrows like this, and so on, okay? And then we can have a category with 3 objects and just keep adding these arrows to it and so on. So why not just say, okay, in general, we can always start with a graph, right? So if we have small number of objects, we add a few arrows between them, we get a graph. But not every graph is a category, right? So what's the connection between graphs and categories? So it turns out that if we start with a graph, which is not a category, then we can simply keep adding additional arrows to it in order to make it into a category. And it's always possible. We just have to figure out what kind of arrows we have to add. So the first thing that we have to immediately add is these identity arrows, right? So we start with a graph, and then for every node, we'll add one more arrow, the identity arrow, from this node back to itself, right? We'll call it identity. Okay. Well, then we have, the category has this composition, right? So we have to come up with composition in a graph. So for every pair of composable arrows, right, in a graph, so if we have node here, another node here, and another node here, and we have these arrows between them, we'll simply say, okay, we'll add this guy, okay? And we say this is a composition. So if this guy is called F and this one is called G, we'll just call this G after F. Okay? So we've added this. This is an identity. We've added this. This is an identity, right? And we've added this. Okay, we have also to add this. So if you call these objects A, B, C, and so on, you know, these are the identity at A, identity at B, identity at C. Now, once we add this stuff, right, then we have to think about, okay, but now, you know, if there is another arrow going here to some object D and so on, then we have not only to add, you know, an arrow going from here to here, but we also have to compose G after F with this guy. So we'll have to add this arrow, and so on and so forth. Okay, so just keep adding these arrows until we run out of arrows. Okay. So there is though one additional condition, right, that we have to satisfy. That's the associativity. So when we are adding these arrows, at some point we have to say, well, but these two compositions, different compositions, they actually produce the same arrow. So the number of arrows keeps growing, but then, you know, some of them will be identified. So there is some kind of slowdown of growth. And for finite graphs, after we add, you know, a finite number of these new arrows, we have eventually run out of arrows to add, and we're just done, and we get a category. So this construction in which you just keep adding stuff in order to satisfy certain axioms, this is a very common construction in category theory. It's called free construction. Free. Because we are freely adding stuff. We are not imposing any additional constraints other than the constraints that are required by the definition of the category. So this, we are creating a free category from this graph, right? But in general, if you have some other structure other than a category or graph, you know, you can apply a similar process to create free things like a free group, free monoid, and so on. So this is like a typical construction in category theory. Okay. So this is like a whole bunch of categories that we can create on the spot using simple graphs, and we'll find use for these categories at some point. Even in our programming tasks. Okay. And you'll see how this works. Like in order to define a product, for instance, we'll use one of these simple categories. In order to define co-products, limits, and so on, we'll make use of these things as our helper categories. Right? Now there's this next bunch of categories that are very interesting. These are orders. Okay? And I want to talk about orders because an order is a category in which arrows are not functions. Okay? Here arrows are not functions, but here arrows are sort of an abstract thing. It's like we don't know what they are really. It's just like arbitrary kind of arrow, abstract arrow, right? But in a category that's an order, an arrow represents something else rather than a function or an abstract thing. It represents a relation. Okay? And in particular, the interesting relation is the relation less than equal. Okay, I'll write it this way. Less than or equal. Okay? So we'll say we have two objects, A and B. We'll draw an arrow between A and B if A is less than equal than B. Less or equal than B. Okay? So this arrow doesn't have any other meaning other than A is less than or equal to B. Right? It's a relation. Right? Or we can say, in other words, we can say A comes before B in some order. And there are certain conditions that an order has to fulfill in order to be an order, right? So there are different types of order. There is the pre-order, partial order, and total order. We are all familiar probably with total orders, right? Because when we do sorting, we require the elements to have some kind of total order, right? But really, the simplest possible order that we can have is called pre-order. Well, actually, it's sort of not an order. It's something less than an order. It's pre-order. Okay. The pre-order is a relation like this, right? That satisfies just the minimum of conditions. Okay. And the minimum of conditions is it has to be composable, right? So if A is less than B and B is less than C, okay, then we want A to be less than C, right? That's sort of natural requirement, right? So we recognize this from category theory as composition of arrows, okay? So a preorder will automatically be composable, right? Now, is preorder also associative? You bet it is, right? I mean, I don't even have to show it. It's kind of obvious that it is associative, right? Why is it associative, really? It's because two objects are either in a relation or not, right? Now, a category in which, what does it mean? That A and B are in a relation means there's an arrow. If they are not in a relation of less than or equal, then there is no arrow between them. But there's never a situation that there are multiple arrows between two objects, right? It's a binary choice. Either there are less or equal or not, right? Now, in total order, you can say between any two objects there is an arrow, right? But in general, in a preorder, that's not true, or even in partial order, it's not true. So there either is an arrow or not. And a category that has this property, because now we are seeing this is a category. Oh, wait, right? What's another condition for a category? Identity, right? So is it true that for every object, this object is less than or equal than itself? That's called reflexivity. So this relation has to be reflexive, and this is why we have this or equal there, right? But if we were just thinking abstractly about, oh, here's a relation called R, right? What kind of conditions does it fulfill in order for it to be a preorder? Well, we would have to impose reflexivity and composition, right? And associativity. So these are exactly the same conditions that we impose on a category. So this is automatically a category, except that in a category we can have these multiple arrows going between objects. Here we always have just one arrow, 0 or 1 arrow between any two objects, okay? And when I mean between two objects, I mean starting on one object, ending on another object, because in principle, we can have an arrow going backwards too, okay? So we can have one arrow going from A to B, another arrow going from B to A, but we cannot have multiple arrows going from A to B, okay? So a category like this is called a thin category, okay? It has a name, it's a thin category. So every thin category corresponds to a preorder, and every preorder corresponds to a thin category. So there's a one-to-one correspondence. And this, in this case, you know, like in many other cases, we have this hint from category theory that there is something special about a particular theory. So here, if we consider all possible types of orders, right, category theory tells us that preorder is the one that's like the most basic, because it's just a category. It's a thin category, but it's just a category. Now we can keep adding additional conditions on top of this and create more interesting things. Yes, what's your question?
Is the condition for a thin category that has 0 or 1 arrows between it, from one object to another object?
That's the condition, yes. Now, let me, yes?
Can you clarify a little bit more about what it is that makes an ordering a total versus pre-total or pre-order?
Okay, I'll get to this.
Okay.
I'll get to this. So right now we are just looking at a pre-order because this is a category, right? A pre-order automatically is a category. Now, it's worth mentioning here that the set of arrows between any two objects has a name also. It's called a home set. So, a home set. So a home set in a category C usually is written as a home set from A to B, is C A comma B. Okay, that's a home set from A to B. And of course, you can have a home set from A to A as well. Right? It's a set of arrows. So it's a set. It's like in a set theory, that's a set. Okay, so a thin category is one in which every home set is either an empty set or a singleton set. Okay. That's the definition of a thin category in terms of home sets. And we'll be talking about home sets a lot in the future. So it's a good idea to familiarize yourself with this notion of a home set. So we can now impose additional conditions on this relation, and we'll get the next thing is partial order. Okay, because this is called a preorder. It's not really, I mean, we don't like loops like this, right? So this is kind of like not really an order if you have loops. That's why it's called preorder. So partial order is something that has no loops. Okay, so if there is an arrow from A to B, then you cannot have an arrow from B to A. Okay, and that will give you partial order. And the partial order, if you look at it as a graph, right, it corresponds to a directed acyclic graph, a DAG, right? And further, if you say, okay, a total order is an order in which there is an arrow between any two objects. So you can compare any two objects, right? In a partial object, some objects are not comparable at all. They are just like, And now with this particular category, the pre-order category, I can show you finally this what I mentioned last time about epimorphism, monomorphism. Okay, so in a thin category, something that's both epimorphism and monomorphism does not have to be invertible. Okay, remember, epimorphism, monomorphism, in set that corresponded to injective and surjective at the same time. If a function is injective and surjective, then it is reversible, right? It's called a bijection. And a bijection is reversible. But it's not true in every category. So you can have an epimorphism, which is a monomorphism, and still it's not invertible. And why is that so? Because remember the definition of epimorphism and monomorphism. Something is epi or mono. This F, let's say, from A to B. If for every pair, okay, I think this was the epi, and for every pair of morphisms to any object C, you know, if the compositions were equal, then these two functions have to be equal, right? These two morphisms have to be equal. So this was like G and G prime, right? And for monomorphism, for every pair that's going into A, so like it's H and H prime, right? If their composition with F is equal, then these two morphisms must be equal. But now in a thin category, these things are automatically satisfied because there aren't any pairs like this, right? So every arrow in a preorder is a monomorphism, and every arrow in a preorder is an epimorphism at the same time, right? But it's not necessarily invertible. And in fact, if it's a partial order, then it's definitely not invertible, right? Because there cannot be an arrow going backwards, right? So that's a counterexample for this idea that something that's both epi and mono would have to be invertible. It's not. It's not an isomorphism. So I'd like to think from the perspective of orders. You might say, okay, if all my life I worked with orders or thin categories, and somebody told me, hey, this is something called categories in which you can actually have multiple arrows going, then I would say, okay, so like a category is what I would call a thick category, right? Because I've been working with thin categories all my life, and suddenly someone says, you know, how about if we have thick categories that have home set that have multiple arrows in them, right? So you can think of the most general category as being like a preorder, which is thick, okay? And this is a very interesting way of looking at this, you know? It gives you a completely different intuition about what it is. Because here, when you have an order, you think of it as a relation, and this relation is either true or false, right? If there is an arrow, it means that there is a relation between A and B. If there is no arrow, then it's false. There is no relation between A and B, right? So it's a black and white world. Now, in a thick category, where you have multiple arrows, you might say, if I have no arrow between A and B, then they are in no relation, right? But if I have a number of arrows between them, it means that they are in a relation. And each of these arrows sort of represents a different proof of the relation between these two objects. Okay? It's like not only they are related, but I have different proofs of their relation. Here's one proof, it's called G. Here's another proof, it's called F. You know, here's another proof, and so on. So you might think of a category as a proof-relevant order or pre-order. Yes?
So what was it created to be proof of the assuming?
Well, think of it this way, okay? If you start from a thin category defines relations, right? So if you're starting from relations, then you get a thin category. But think of starting from a thin category, it defines a relation, right? So what does a thick category do? It defines a relation, but it's a proof-relevant definition, okay? I don't know what this relation is, right? I'm just saying, it looks like a relation to me if I put on these thick glasses, right? So that's a different way of looking, and this kind of proof-relevant stuff is becoming more and more important in homotopy type theory. Okay? Homotopy type theory is just like built on this assumption that it's not only enough to show that something is related to something else. There are different ways of showing that it's related, and they are not equivalent. Then we have some interesting theory. Okay? So that's one way of looking. And now let's go back to this one element category. Okay? So we are done with this stuff. Let's go back to one element, one object category. Okay? And with an one object category, it's not necessary that we only have one arrow, right? We can have many arrows. So if we have an object, let's call this object M, okay? And build a category. Of course, we have to have an ID there, because we always have to have. But we also can have many more loops, right? So we can have many morphisms that go back to the same object, right? And of course, for these morphisms, we have composition defined. If it's a category, then they are we can compose them. Now the funny thing is they are all composable, right? In a category with more objects, some arrows are composable because the end of one is the beginning of the next, right? So these are composable. Here, since we have only one object, every pair of arrows is composable automatically, because the end of this arrow is M, and guess what? The beginning of any other arrow is also M. So any two arrows are composable. So we have an identity arrow, and we have a bunch of other arrows with composition defined for them, and this composition works for every pair of arrows. So this thing has a name, and it's called a monoid. Why is it called a monoid? Because mono means single. It has a single object. So any category with a single object, and how many arrows you want, is called a monoid. But monoids are actually known from group theory. Okay, so these are like the simple, trivial examples that are sort of pre-groups. Okay, so how is a monoid defined in algebra or in set theory? Okay, it's defined as a set. So you have a set of elements, right? You have a set of elements, and you have some operator defined for them. Let's call it multiplication. Okay. So for every pair of elements, we can say when you multiply this element by this element, you get a third element. So it's a binary operator, right? And this binary operator, we can impose certain conditions on this binary operator and on the set. We can say we want one of these elements, the special element in the set, to be the identity, the unit. Okay, in a monoid, it's called a unit. A unit is an element that when you multiply any other element by it, you get this other element. Right? So it's just multiplication, sort of like multiplication by one, right? It doesn't change anything. Whether it's left multiplication or right multiplication, you always get the same result, right? It doesn't make any change. And the other condition that can be imposed is associativity. So we want this multiplication, it's like, so we have A times B times C. We want this to be equal to A times B times C. So that's associativity. And the existence of there exists an element E such that E times, that for all A, E times A equals A times E equals A. Right? That's the unity, unital thing. Okay? So it has a unit and it's associative. If it has a unit and it's associative, it's called a monoid. Yes? Right. I'm not talking about the category. Now I'm just like switching my mind to sets. Okay? Because there is a pre-existing definition of a monoid that existed before categories were invented, right? So I want to show you that there is a definition of a monoid that might be even more familiar for you. It's like, okay, I have multiplication. I have, let's say, example, numbers, right? Natural numbers with multiplication. Is this a monoid? Yes. Right? It has a unit, which is 1. Anything multiplied by 1 is the same thing, right? It's associative. So it's a monoid. Natural numbers with addition also form a monoid. This time the unit element is 0. Adding 0 on the left or on the right, right? Doesn't change anything. Is it associative? Yes, it's associative. We know it from primary school, So, yeah. So there are these monoids. String concatenation. That's an interesting monoid, right? If you concatenate two strings, you get a third string, right? It's a binary operator. Does it have a unit? Yeah, empty string, right? You append an empty string or prepend an empty string. You don't change anything. It's associative, obviously. And this is actually a good example of a monoid because it's not symmetric. Like addition or multiplication, they are symmetric. You can change the order. With strings, you can't, You append two strings, the result will be different if you append them in the opposite order. So this is like a very nice example of a monoid. Strings, and in general, lists. Appending lists forms a monoid. This is why in Haskell, actually strings are lists of characters, and they form a monoid. But any lists, and all lists form a monoid. So this is one view of a monoid from the point of view of set theory, right? And now I'm telling you, actually, this is a monoid. Forget about this. This is really a monoid. Okay, are these two things equivalent, identical? Is every monoid defined like in a category theory? Does it have a corresponding monoid which is a set with multiplication or with this operator, and vice versa? Yes, and it's very simple, really. I mean, just consider. So let's call this monoid M. Okay, the home set. There's only one home set there, right? From M to M. That's a set of arrows that start at M and end at M. Right? There's only one home set because there's only one object. And it's sort of a reflexive home set. Right? This home set is a set. Right? So we have a category, and we have a set in this category. This category defines a set. And guess what? You take any two elements of this set that correspond to two arrows, right? There's a third element in this set that corresponds to the composition of these two arrows, right? And you will say, well, let's say this is our multiplication, right? So for any two elements of this set, we define multiplication by peeking at this, this category and saying, how do they compose these two arrows? Oh, they give a third arrow, okay? So the third element of the set is the product of two elements of that set. And of course, one of the elements in the set corresponds to ID. And guess what? ID, when composed with any arrow, will give this arrow back. So it's automatically a unit. And it's associative, right? So starting from a monoid in the category theory, you automatically get a set with multiplication, right? The multiplication is induced by composition in the home set. And vice versa, if you start with any monoid in set theory, you can say, okay, I'm just going to create a monoid as a category, and I will define composition here using my multiplication. And I'll get a category. So there's one-to-one correspondence between these. These are like the same thing, but seen from two different perspectives. It's exactly the same. So a monoid is just a monoid. Yes, what's the question? So a composition of two arrows. Like if you pick any two arrows in the home set, right? So if you pick any two arrows that go from M to M, let's say you pick this one, and you pick this one. Okay, they correspond to some. So this is a set. An element of this set corresponds to this arrow. There's another element of this set that corresponds to this arrow, right? The composition of these two arrows must exist, right? Because they are composable. The end of one is the beginning of the next. So they are composable. So there is a third one that's a composition of these two. So if this is F, this is G after F. Right? And G after F is also an element here. So this is F, this is G after F. So I'm saying, look at this set and say F times G is equal to this element. Right? And ID is sitting here also. This is my ID. So all these guys, all these arrows are members of the set. And you just look at this home set and see this is just a set. It's elements. Yeah?
They could be the action of the integers.
So if you want to like say, okay, so what's the category that corresponds to integers or natural numbers with addition or multiplication, right? Well, the arrows would correspond to adding a number, right? So like this arrow corresponds to adding 5. This arrow corresponds to adding 7, right? If you compose them, that corresponds to an arrow that corresponds to adding, 10, and so on. Right? Yes?
Is it true that for any two inputs to a monoid, when you pass it to the operator, you have to get another element of that monoid?
Yes.
Okay.
So the binary operator in a monoid has to be defined for all elements of the set. Yeah, it has to be a total function of two arguments. Yes. And now going back to programming, right? A general category corresponds to general category, set category in this case, or category of types, corresponds to a system that's strongly typed. What does it mean? It means you cannot compose any two functions, right? They have to match. The result of one function has to have a type that is the same as the argument to the next function. That's strong typing, okay? Not any two functions are composable. The types have to match. That's strong typing. A monoid is a very, very special category in which any two functions are composable. That corresponds to your languages which have weak typing. They don't have types. Any two functions can be composed. Okay? So there is really no distinction between weak and strong typing in the sense weak typing is inside strong typing. You just pick your category as a trivial category which has only one object, one type. And then every function can be composed with any other function. Okay. Now, if this is good or not, you decide. Okay, let's take a break now. Okay. I think we are ready now for a little exercise. Okay, so we learned about these partial orders, pre-orders, total orders. Okay, and we know examples of total orders, but we don't know many examples of partial orders, or pre-orders. So I want to introduce an interesting case to study. Okay, let's define a relation on sets. Okay, and this is a relation of inclusion. Okay, what it means to be a subset of another set, right? I mean, we all understand what it means. Like, this is a subset of this set, right? So, being a subset of another set is a relation, right? The question is, what kind of relation is this? Is this an order? Is it a pre-order? So, what should we check? Yeah? Does it have identity? So how would you translate it into this language of being a subset? Everything is a subset of itself, right? Every set is a subset of itself. Okay, cool. So we have identity, or in terms of order, we call it reflexivity. It's reflexive. Yeah. So an object is in relation with itself. Okay. Now, what else do we have to check for it to be an order?
It's transitive.
We have to be able to compose these things, right? So how would we translate composition into this language of being a subset? Okay, right? So if A is a subset of B, and B is a subset of C, right, then automatically A is a subset of C, right? So we have this composition that we need, right? Now, do you think it's associative? Right? I think so, right? I don't know. I mean, we don't really need to prove it because it's so obvious, right? So now the question is, so it's definitely a pre-order then, right? If it has identity, so A is a subset of A. Right? Being a subset, we can say A is a subset of A, includes A, right? So it is definitely a pre-order. Is it a partial order?
Yeah.
Yes? There are no loops, right? If A is a subset of B, then B cannot ever be a subset. Well, okay, so we have to say it's like, if A is a subset of B, and B is a subset of A, then A is equal to B, right? So that's the condition, and it's true, right? It's true. So it is a partial order. But is it a total order? Why not? Right. You can have sets that are not subset of each other in any other way. Right? I mean, you can have two sets that are totally disjoint, or two sets that overlap partially, right? So neither is a subset of the other. Right? So if it's not a total order, it means that is it possible to have like a diamond kind of relation, right? Because I said they form a DAG. So is it possible to have something like this? B, C, and then D at the bottom here, right? So what would that mean in terms of subsets? It means that D is a subset of A, C is a subset. B is a subset of A. I want to put the arrow in this direction, right? So probably it doesn't really matter. That's just so B is a subset of A, C is a subset of A, but they are not related, or they are not equal. They are different sets, right? But D is a subset of both B and C. Is that possible? It is possible. We have to draw like a Venn diagram, right? So we have A is the big set, right? Then you have B, which has an overlap with C. And then D will be sitting inside the overlap, right? So D is a subset of B, and D is a subset of C. Both of these guys are subset of A, but B and C are distinct sets, right? So you really have a DAG in this case. So this is a nice example of an order, which is not a total order, and it makes perfect sense, right? And this kind of reasoning, this kind of model for a category, so they form a category. It's a category based on set again, right? So it's based on sets, but the arrows here are not functions. The arrows here are relations, and in particular, this is a relation of being a subset of inclusion, right? So that's an interesting example that kind of expands your horizons as to what things can be done with categories. And this category actually is used, well, some version of this category is used in modeling topology. In topology is defined using open sets. So open sets have this property of inclusion, right? You can have an open set inside an open set. So for mathematicians, that would be like, oh, very interesting example, right? For programmers, maybe, I don't know, topology, who cares about topology, right? Okay. So that was a little exercise. Now, I want to introduce a category that's really close to our hearts as programmers, okay? But it's not the category that I told you before, category of types and functions. It is based on the category of types and functions, but it's not the same category. And we get to this category by solving a programming problem, like real-life programming problem, okay? And I'm even going to use C++ instead of Haskell, right? So the problem is this. We have a library of functions that we wrote one day, right? And one day, the manager says, okay, there is a new requirement that I didn't tell you before, okay? This requirement is that it's like enforced on us by the IRS or something, that every function has to have an audit trail, okay? They are auditing us. So every function, whatever function you call, it has to create a little log that says, I was called, maybe even like say what arguments and so on, right? Okay. But just like to simplify stuff, the name of the function, let's say, or the action that it does, has to be appended to a log, okay? So now go and rewrite our library so that every function leaves a trail, okay? And the simplest solution that comes to mind to do an imperative programmer, right, is like, what's the simplest solution? The fast and dirty solution, yeah? What?
Have a global log.
Yes, of course. Have a global log. Have something that's a string, let's say, right? So there is this log, so what would be standard string, right? String log trace, something like this, right? We initialize it to an empty string, right? And now, let's say we have, in our library, we have a function negate, bool negate, which takes a bool x, right? And it was implemented as return not x, okay? And now we are modifying it. Okay, so the modification, well, just before we return x, return not x, right? We'll insert log plus equal, let's say, not. Okay? C++. So the manager says, do this for every function there, okay? Because this is the simplest solution. Now, what does he mean by simplest solution? And we as functional programmers, we are thinking, something is wrong, right? But how do we explain what's wrong with this solution, right? Because it is simple, like the fewest lines of code that we have to add, the fewest modifications. But is simplicity really measured in the number of lines of code? If this were true, that why would we even bother using functions and data structures and stuff? We would just write one huge function with a bunch of gotos, right? That's the simplest thing, right? Probably would cut down on the lines of code by half or so, right? So complexity and simplicity are not simple things. They we have to have
Simplicity is not easy.
Yeah,
It's something to be simple, but it doesn't mean it's easy.
right. It's not.
Okay.
Simplicity is not easy, right? So how do we explain to our manager? Let's suppose hypothetically we have a smart manager who can understand our arguments, right?
Look, an opposite world now.
So the argument here is this, that if we do this, then we introduce something that is not visible in the code directly, but it is something that increases the complexity of our code in a hidden way. Because what it produces is dependency, right? So there's a hidden dependency between this thing and this thing. That's sort of like a long-distance interaction in quantum mechanics, right? Right? So there is this long-distance interaction that, when you look at negate, it takes a bool and returns a bool. There's no mention that it's writing to some global variable, right? And in fact, if somebody removes this line of code, maybe it's some header file somewhere, removes this line of code, then suddenly all your functions are broken, right? Even though you didn't do anything to them. So there is this long-distance dependency that you have introduced. And if this doesn't convince your manager, well, then you do this, and then a few months later, your manager comes back and says, well, we have yet another requirement, we have to use our library in a multi-threaded environment, okay? So we'll be calling these functions from multiple threads. And now you say, did I say so?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so of course the next logical step in simplifying your life is, well, let's have a global lock, right? That's the simplest solution. Right, and of course, logs don't compose, and you get into possible deadlock situations and stuff like this, right? So the complexity increases even though we are like at every step picking the simplest possible path, seemingly, right? But we have to think about these hidden complexities. So all this stuff would not happen if we were programming in Haskell, because in Haskell you cannot have stuff like this. All functions are supposed to be pure. So like, can you implement this using pure functions? Well, of course you can, right? And the solution is very simple. Okay, I'm going to rewrite this here. Okay, what would it be? Well, so negate. It may look more complex on first sight, okay? But don't get scared because it's really simpler. It's just that we are making things more explicit. So negate takes a bool x, right, and takes a string, log, right? And now it says log plus equal not, and return. Now what does it return, huh? Well, it has. If it does only this, then it has to return string. If it has to be a pure function, right? Well, if it's a pure function, then yeah. Okay, let me write it in a more pure, in a purer way. Okay, so we'll say return make pair of not x and log plus not. Okay? And now, of course, I have to say what it returns. It returns a pair of bool and string. Okay? Will this work? If I put a parenthesis here. This will work, right? And this is a pure function. So I don't even use plus equal. I'm just using plus. So I'm creating a new string. It's like everything is pure, no side effects, nothing. And this will work. It's a little bit awkward, though. Okay, the awkwardness. Well, there's one obvious awkwardness. It's like, okay, I said, how do you know that the function is pure? If you can memorize it, right? So, for instance, the function negate is very easy to memorize, right? Because you just have to tabulate it. What's the value for true? Okay, it's false. What's the value for false? Okay, it's true. So it's just two elements, and that's it. You have tabulated your function. So it's very easy to memorize. Now try to memorize this function. Now this is a function of two arguments, right? So as far as the x is concerned, that there are only these two possibilities. But then every time you call this function with a different initial string, you get a different result. So if you wanted to memorize it, you would have to memorize it for every possible history of calls. Okay, that's not very good, right? But there's also this more subtle problem with this. The subtle problem is this use of plus here. Okay, it seems like it's a tiny problem, but why is a function called negate? Why does it know about appending strings? Okay, so now every function in our library does stuff that's sort of local to it. So now we have this local and global, right? This was a very global solution, right? It broke the locality. This one is more local, but still, it has this element of knowing stuff that does not belong here. This function should know about negation, so it should know about this. And also this function should know about saying no. Okay? Why does it say French?
French, I say, yeah.
Excusez-moi. Okay, so why does it know about appending strings, right? That's not like in the scope of what this function should know about, right?
Violation of the principle of separation of concerns.
Yeah. We are violating the principle of separation of concerns. It's not good. So this is a good solution, but not quite. But what we really would like to do is for this function to just know that it has to return a pair. Well, it definitely has to negate this argument. It also has to say non in French, right? But it shouldn't take the log. Okay? I'm just saying this is wrong to take the log and do the appending. Now, the concerns are separated, right? This thing doesn't do any stuff that it's not its concern. That's only the local stuff, right? The problem is, though, who does the appending of these logs, right? Like who generates the big log, right? This function does only its own thing, but somebody has to concatenate these logs, right? So the answer to this is, what do we do with these functions, right? What we do with these functions is we compose them, just like in every programming problem. We decompose it into functions and then we recompose the result. So we have to be able to compose functions like this. So what if we modify the process of composing functions, right? We have already modified the functions, but now let's say we modify how we compose functions. So let's define a new way of composing functions that will take care of composing functions that return these pairs, okay? So let's define a function compose. And this will be stretching a little bit the knowledge of C++, right? So this function compose, it is supposed to take two functions, right? So let's pass them as function objects in C++. Ooh. So it has to compose functions that are composable, okay? So it will compose a function that, let's say, returns a B and takes an A, okay? I think that's the syntax for typing functions, right? So it's a function that takes an A and returns a B. Okay, so some F. It takes another function that takes a B and returns a C. Right? Probably in C++ I would use capital letters for that because template parameters. Who cares? So that's G. Okay. And it should return a third function that takes an A and returns a C, right? So I want to define a function like this. So it's a higher order function, right? So this is something that's kind of new in C++, in C++ and Java, having functions as arguments and returning functions and creating them on the spot. So how would we compose these two functions? Well, we'll have to call this function f, right? But where do we get the argument for it? Well, if it's returning a function, we have to, on the spot, declare a function or construct a function inside of this. That's called a lambda, right? And that's a new thing in Java and also a pretty fresh thing in C++. So how do we do this? We say return. Then we have to use the syntax that the capture list, what do we have to capture? We have to capture F and we have to capture G, right? And it takes as an argument some A, let's call it X, like A, right? So it takes this function, and here's the implementation of this function, right? So it's creating a function that takes an X of type A, and what does it do? Well, it calls F with X, right? Because it makes sense. And it remembers its results. Let's call it auto P1 equals F of X, right? Now we have to call G. But what G is called with a type that's returned by this F, right? Oh, actually, okay, so right now I'm just writing regular function composition, okay? So regular function composition would just take this P1 and would return this P2. That's not exactly what we want to do, right? This is regular function composition. That's our starting point. Unfortunately, they don't even define this in the standard library, like a regular function composition in C++ is not even defined. But what we want to do is we want to compose functions that return pairs, okay? So instead of having a function that returns a b, it returns, okay, now I don't know where to write it. It returns a pair of b and string and takes an a. And this guy also returns a pair of c and string and takes a b. Okay? So I'm replacing this stuff with these, I'll call them embellished functions, okay? Functions that return an embellished result. I started with functions that were just taking a boolean and returning a boolean. Now I want a function that takes a boolean and returns a boolean paired with a string, and so on. And I want to do this for any type, right? So if I have a function that takes an integer and returns a double, I want to change it to a function that takes an integer and returns a double paired with a string, with the part of the log, right? So now P1, if I call f with x, P1 is a pair now. That's why I call it P, right? So if I want to call G, I have to do the first of this pair, okay? First part of this pair is an argument to the second function. Now what I should return now is make pair and the final result is the first part of P2, right? So P2 dot first. So if this was a boolean or a double and so on, I'm just extracting the original value that was returned by this function. But now it also returns a string. And this is where I'm concatenating the strings. So I take P2, P1 dot second. Is that called second in C++?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. Plus P2 dot second. Okay? So what I have done here is I defined a new way of composing these functions. And this composition takes care of appending strings. So string appending is done inside the composition. And it if you think about it, it makes much more sense because string appending means really that I'm combining results of two functions, right? So it is really part of composing. This is my way of composing functions. Okay? I'm sorry this is so low on this whiteboard. And now every time, so since this is a talk about category theory, right? So like if you hear the word composition, right? You should immediately hear, is there a category? Because category, remember, is about composition and identity, right? I have just defined a way of composing certain things. Do I have a category? So this composition of these special functions, these embellished functions, I bet it's associative, right? How do I know it's associative? Well, like if you look at the first parts of the pairs, right? I'm just doing like a regular composition that I used before, right? And that one was associative. The question is the second part associative? And what's the second part? I'm concatenating strings, okay? And fortunately, string concatenation is associative, right? So if I take three such functions and compose them, the order in which I concatenate these logs doesn't matter, right? Concatenation of logs is associative. So I have associativity because string concatenation is associative. Okay. Do I have identity? What would identity be for this kind of composition? Well, it would have to be a function that returns a pair of a string, right? It's called ID, and it takes an A. And if it's an identity, then it should do nothing, right? So how do you do nothing? Well, you just return make pair you have to produce a pair, right? Because it returns a pair. So all our embellished functions are like this. So identity has to be embellished as well. So you make a pair, but the first part of this pair should be X without any change, right? I'm doing nothing. I'm just returning whatever you pass to me. But what's the second part of this pair? Empty string, right? It should not append anything to the log. It should do nothing to the log. And now if you remember, it's like what do we have here? We have a binary operator that's associative and has a unit, right? This thing will work for any monoid. It doesn't have to be strings. Any monoid I define is fine. So my logging actually will work for any monoid. It's kind of hard to abstract it in C++, but in Haskell actually the definition of this stuff includes a monoid. Because we want to impose as few conditions as possible. And this, the only condition that we have to impose is that it's a monoid. If we want the composition to form a category. So I have composition, I have identity, I have myself a category. I build a category. The objects in this category are A, B, C, are types. But arrows in this category are not my regular functions. So if I have two objects A and B, the arrow between A and B is not a function from A and B. It's a function from A to a pair, B and string. Now I switch to Haskell notation. Okay? But you see what I mean. So an arrow between two objects A and B is a function that's embellished. And I know how to compose these functions, and I know what the identity is, and I have a category. Now this category, I haven't invented this category for this purpose. This category actually has a name. It's called a Kleisli category. Okay, so remember this, Kleisli. And these are called Kleisli arrows, these functions that are embellished. And Kleisli arrows can be defined for a lot of embellishments. I just gave you an example of one embellishment in which I'm pairing my results with a string. But there are many other possible embellishments that are extremely useful. And in fact, this is a view of something that you've heard about before, called a monad. So these arrows actually are composable because this embellishment is a monad. Okay? I can't really explain what a monad is yet. We'll get to this. But the important thing is that a monad is nothing special. It's just a way of composing special types of functions. Okay? And I think that this whole problem with defining monads and people not understanding what a monad is comes from this background of imperative programming. In imperative programming, we don't really think about composing functions. We write our code thinking, okay, I'm calling this function and it returns something. I do something with this, what it returns, right? Maybe I'll call another function with it, right? Or I do some operation on the spot and so on. Whereas in functional programming, you start thinking, okay, I'm composing a bunch of operations using function composition. And then you say, what if I use a different kind of composition? Not function, also function composition, but with some kind of flair, something additional. So if I redefine composition, I have this one additional degree of freedom in defining composition. If I use this additional degree of freedom, I am using a monad. Okay? So I think this is a good place to stop. Thank you.
I think that's all I can take. Damn, near the end there, that was getting harder to follow. Yeah, I think I'm done. I was thinking of going out and getting some food, actually. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I followed most of it up until the end of this one, or it was like... I don't know. Oh, a burger review. I had a good burger. It was good. And I'm not gonna have another burger today, but I want to get some food. Yeah, dig. I don't know. That was kind of fun. I liked I don't know, a lot of the earlier videos made a lot of sense. That one got more into like programming, and I guess the idea is some sort of like structural purity kind of regarding, I guess that's the point, right? Like how to structure it. I don't know. Side effects can be given a total order. What do you mean side effects though? Like side effects? Because I don't really keep other food in my apartment, really. So the idea then is like, is the idea all about just the composition then? So it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's spend an hour talking about what we just learned. I don't even know what to say. I followed along pretty well, but I don't know what to say. It was difficult to map things like games. What do you mean? This is the only way to prove, for example, that a model can never clip through a boundary. Could you elaborate on that? because transformations of state have no direct compositional order with side effects. So with regards to clipping through the boundary or whatever, instead of a string writing a log, is that like a collision check or something? Or I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, okay, but what's that have to do with category theory? Formal validation? That sounds hard to deal with, Ambrose. Or rather, that I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I just hope things work out for you. figuring out a language that truly describes what you're trying to do with computers. That's cool. I think I got that from when he was referring to the arrows as functions, and I don't know, the way I don't know, I just found it interesting. Shall I go get some food, eat it, come back, and keep the stream on the entire time? Eating on cam, huh? Lou, if you subscribe to me, or sorry, if you sponsor me, I will bring food back here and eat it here. Lou, are you subbing? Or, I mean, sponsoring me? Because I want to go get some food. And I think it's kind of cold out. I'm going to change into pants. Actually, let me check the weather. Alright, Lou. So, shall I go get a Chipotle bowl? Or should I go get a mini pizza? It's your choice. I wonder if I should refill the marijuana. I probably should. Yeah, I should. Chipotle. What is that asterisk? Yeah, I don't get guac most of the time. I don't. Oh, fucking YouTube chat. Pile of shit. Oh, well, it's just delicious. I don't know. The balcony needs fixing. Okay. Not too much is going on. I'm gonna go get food. I'm gonna bring it back here and eat it. It's like, okay, I get it with like white rice, black beans, and like they're like mild salsa stuff or whatever, and a bit of cheese, and there's like chicken and like steak sometimes, and lettuce. And I eat it. How's it going? Nachos. They have chips and guac, and I think there's other stuff. I don't know about nachos so much though. I don't know. Dollabut, did you find me from YouTube's recommended videos? Is that how you found the stream? Alright, Lou, thanks again. I will go. I will bring it back and I'll eat it. And I'll get high too, so let me reload my marijuana. I have to go to the bathroom too. Alright. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get some food. I'll be back, okay? Oh, I should leave a message. Alright. You still can't see it, but... Okay, so I got the food and I got high, and now I'm ready to eat the food. Open it up. Alright, so my nose. Oh, you need an unboxing? There it is. It tastes fucking delicious. It's like a 10 out of 10 meal. It tastes amazing. I don't know how to put it into words. Like, all the ingredients are fresh, and I don't know what to say. Okay, it cost $7.70. Okay, the experience at the register. Someone really quickly made this for me, very fast. And then they were like, they tagged out for a different worker who did the register, and the person at the register recognized me from a prior Chipotle visit, and they were like, I don't know, they were like, did you just, like, are you on break at work or something? And I was like, no, I'm just hanging out. And they said that they liked my pigtail. It's a lot for fast food and it's overpriced. I'm the queen though. I'm the queen and I have my royal feast. And fuck. I'm running out of money. Like 6 months. 6 to 7 months. I feel very, I'm a little high right now, and yeah. It's lettuce. Pure Soylent's diet. The morality of food, because it matters. It matters. It's true. The slaughtering of cows for meat is a big cause of global warming. It's a part of it. And you can like lab grow meat and make it taste just as good. And yeah. TechCrunch. Google acquires API.ai, a company helping developers build bots that aren't awful to talk to. Google has just disclosed. Okay, actual source please. Google developers blog. Making controversial interfaces easier to build. We have been investing in the core machine learning technologies that enable natural language interfaces for years. To continue that investment, we're excited to welcome API.ai to Google. API.ai has a proven track record for helping developers design, build, and continuously improve their conversational interfaces. Over 60,000 developers are using API.ai to build conversational experiences for experiments such as Slack, Facebook Messenger, and Kik. Just to name a few, API.ai offers one of the leading controversial user interface platforms that will help Google empower developers to continue building great natural language interfaces. Stay tuned on details. For more details on integrations into Google, and if you're already using API.ai, keep building your conversational interfaces, and if you're not, start today. Okay, API.ai, conversational UX platform. Now we're talking. Build brand unique natural language interfaces for bots, applications, services, and devices. Wait, you can't hear me? Oh. Should I read it again? I was really bad at reading it. I feel self-conscious. Fake eyelashes. I like my eyelashes, but I like mascara though. But yeah, mascara is good. I'm kind of glad you weren't able to hear me so well because I don't know, my voice. God. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm here, okay? It's like I'm here now. And there are like regulars, and I'm streaming like large hours. And maybe people kind of learn who I am more. And I don't know, the self-conscious fork thing and like the way I sound and I don't know, whenever I just feel well, I don't know, it's just like the world we live in. And like I'm a response to the world that we live in. I can be. I'm the rebellious type. Wait, are you talking about me? I don't think I'm rebellious. Maybe a little. Well, I don't think we're gonna hang out at my apartment. Probably just gonna hang out like at a coffee shop or something, and I'm not gonna stream it, no. So I'll be gone for that. Don't feel bad, I just have to change everything about me. What do you mean? Do I have any hobbies besides gaming? Obviously one of my hobbies is streaming, or like another hobby is reading about this kind of shit, like API.ai, like what is that? Like how can it be used currently? Like oh, I see. Wait, hold on, let me show you. My eye is like involuntarily moving. Alright. See, this is like Google just bought this. This is probably a little bit of the cutting edge on like this kind of thing. Look at this. Natural language, and then you get this back. And you can use it in applications. Apparently this is where computing is headed. Or some of it is. I don't know. There's a lot of hype around this. The world is being transformed. My vids are good as fuck. Thanks. God damn it. I like streaming at night because I can control the lighting better and I feel like I don't look do ASMR. We need a change of music. These long streams help break me free from being an introvert. I guess so. I guess so. I feel as if there are moments where I feel awkward, and I just had some like sometimes like I just can't speak. It's usually when I'm high I can't speak, but it'll happen like regardless. I don't know, it's I don't know what it is. Is that, well, I don't know. The status of my wrists is that they suck. I guess so. I need to just like relinquish though. Just be like uncaring. I got kind of high like now, and that's probably the last one I'm taking because my sleep schedule is messed up. Like I go to sleep kind of early because I looped around or whatever. Like I don't know, I wake up like at 3 a.m. or something. What am I reading? I'm reading about API.ai. It's an example of artificial intelligence, or at least deep learning and natural language processing. And they show it off here. Check it out. So there's a user. The user says this either by saying it out loud or typing it. Okay, and then this AI turns this text into this below, and then you can use this inside of applications to make things happen. Come to Delaware and smoke weed. I don't think it's gonna happen, but thanks though for the invitation. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just like peeking at it. A refresh, a chat refresh. It should be better now. I don't know how much I want to look at this. Oh, we could play chess. Oh, did someone steal it? uh, no, you don't have to log in. You just have to click it first. Wait, can't I? Yeah, look, this is en passant. Look at this. I can take right now. Is that worth doing? Can you ask for one thing? What? Okay, whoever I'm playing in chess is really bad. Oh, they quit and I won by default. What video? Oh, Worms Armageddon. Oh. Okay, what? Did you link it? It's okay that you left. Hit me up with the link. Okay, Gambi, are you ready? Or wait, I have to wait for this video.
Onto the stage, the man behind Brexit, and a man who led brilliantly the United Kingdom Independence Party in this fight and won despite all odds, despite horrible name-calling, despite so many obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nigel Farage. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mississippi. I come to you from the United Kingdom with a message of hope and a message of optimism. It's a message that says, if the little people, if the real people, if the ordinary decent people are prepared to stand up and fight for what they believe in, we can overcome the big banks. We can overcome the multinationals. And we did it. We made June the 23rd our Independence Day when we smashed the establishment. We did it. Everybody said we'd lose. And what did we see? We saw experts from all over the world. We saw the International Monetary Fund. We saw Moody's. We saw Standard & Poor's. We saw global leaders giving us Project Fear, telling us that if we voted not to be run by a bunch of unelected old men in Brussels, yeah, well, it's okay. They don't like me either, so it doesn't really matter, does it? But they told us our economy would fall off a cliff. They told us there'd be mass unemployment. They told us investment would leave our country. And David Cameron, then our Prime Minister, but no longer, told us we might even get World War III. And we saw the commentariat, and we saw the polling industry doing everything they could to demoralize our campaign. On the day of the vote itself, that morning, they put us 10 points behind. And actually, they were all wrong. And they were wrong because what the Brexit campaign did is we reached those people who've been let down by modern global control of their country, take back control of their borders, and get back their pride and self-respect.
What does that mean, get back their pride and self-respect? Like,
Now the big card the Prime Minister decided to play in the referendum is he got a foreign visitor to come to London to talk to us. Yes, we were visited by one Barack Obama. And he talked down to us. He treated us as if we were nothing. One of the oldest functioning democracies in the world. And here he was telling us to vote Remain. So I, having criticised and condemned his behaviour, I could not possibly tell you how you should vote in this election. But you know, I get it, I'm hearing you. But I will say this, if I was an American citizen, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if you paid me. In fact, I wouldn't vote for Hillary Clinton if she paid me. Folks, the message is clear. The parallels are there. There are millions of ordinary Americans who've been let down, who've had a bad time, who feel the political class in Washington are detached from them, who feel so many of their representatives are politically correct parts of that liberal media elite. They feel people aren't standing up for them, and they've actually, in many cases, given up on the whole electoral process. And I think that you have a fantastic opportunity here with this campaign. You can go out, you can beat the pollsters, you can beat the commentators, you can beat Washington. And you'll do it by doing what we did for Brexit in Britain. We had our own people's army of ordinary citizens who went out and delivered leaflets, who went to meet people where they worked and where they socialised, who convinced and inspired people to go out, if this was the one and only time in their life, and to vote for change. So my advice to you, if you want change in this country, you better get your walking boots on, you better get out there campaigning. And
Gambi, you wanna play chess? Wait, it's not you again? Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I got fucking destroyed. Alright. Okay, this horse is dead. Even with the horse dead, I'm down by like 4 points or something. Alright, I guess I just take it. Okay, here, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. So yes, I just take it. Why didn't I think about that move? Oh, I can just trade though. Trades are bad for me though. I'm still down 4. Does this even make sense? Maybe it does. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm just gonna take this. Okay, then I can well, yeah, this is protected, so that's a fine trade in my opinion. So I'm just gonna do this. Alright, that was a fast move. Alright, do I just where am I going? How about this? Takes this, I take. Takes this, I take. Up, down, doesn't matter. So, I'm gonna do that. Okay, now I could trade for this, but then the queen puts me in check. I think it's... This just gets me back to -4. I'm still like... Is there a better way of doing this? Like, could I do this? That's terrible. No. How about this? Oh, interesting move. Okay, if the queen takes, then I take. And then... No, this is good. Actually, yeah, okay. Okay. Oh. Well, I can still take this though. That's good. That's 5 points. And, oh, unfortunately though, that's actually bad because I'm gonna lose this one then, so it's a even trade. So I can't take this. Unless if I take it with the knight. Wait a minute, yes, I take it with the knight. No, I can't because of this. Oh, no. Okay, this is an even trade. I can't do it. This, I don't know. Okay, what if I did this? Then it could just like slam through. I don't know. I don't know. Do I just trade? I'm still fucking -7. Alright, I could do this. No, I'm gonna lose this. Fuck it. Alright, what's my escape route? See, now the queen comes bursting up. Oh, so miserable. Alright, and then I get quite fucked. Okay, if takes, then I take. So that's not happening. And then if I did this, or no, if I did this, would that make sense? I don't know. Probably not. I'm just gonna do it. I don't know. I think I've lost this game, so. Oh, but this is covering both of these. This is covering that. I don't have much though. Right, so now the pawns come in. This is okay. I think I'm okay with this. No, I'm not. Okay. Go in. Okay, I'm going in. This is so fucking bad. This is the worst. This is actually the worst. What the hell is this? Can I just take? What is this crazy sacrifice? Take. Or do I take above? I didn't expect this move. Trades are bad. This is an offer for a trade. I don't think I want to take the trade, but if this gets taken, then I could take this first. Do I have to take it now? The only thing it's threatening is that piece that I can cover. I could take it now, but then I lose it anyway. But I get a pawn, but I could get the top pawn now. I'm just gonna get the top pawn. Alright. It's looking pretty grim over here. Oh, fuck. Just take it. Wah. Yeah, GG, I got owned. I feel like I look so bad right now. I don't know. No, I resigned. It was over. It was totally over. I look normal. I look good. I had no legal moves. Wait, couldn't have I moved a pawn? Maybe I did fuck up. Maybe there was a stalemate. I thought I could move a pawn or something. I need to go for a walk. I went for a little walk. Yeah, I had one pawn at the bottom. I think I could have moved it up. I like pain on like my wisdom teeth occasionally. And I saw a dentist and they're like, you have beautiful teeth, you have no cavities. Alright, we can do one more chess. Last one, and Gamby, are you on Discord? I don't think I can message people without being friends. Or wait, can I? Okay, I send you a friend request. The thing that I'm wearing, yeah, it's a hoodie. Live stream everything. My nose. Alright, later, Ravian Ultimate. That's a dope API. Are you talking about the language processing one? Yeah, there was a queen trade, but yeah, right here. Yeah. I don't know, chess is fun occasionally. I feel like I've been streaming forever, and I don't know. Hello, Jaden the Minecrafter. A squat stream. I'd have to change back into... I'd have to take off pants. Alright, later. I feel like I'm constantly, my gut just creates gas constantly. It's like gross. Maybe it's just I'm like digesting. Yeah, I think it's broken too. It's so frustrating. Oh, I've read that article. I've read that. Or at least I've... Yeah. I read this. It is a relief to know that one can be poor, young, and unemployed, and yet fairly content with life. Indeed, one of the hallmarks of a decent society is that it can make even poverty bearable. The long-term prospects may be bleak. And the dating pool, they're in fact to grow up without spouses, families, or a work history. Trapped in the narcotic undertow of cheap entertainment, while the labor market fails to present them with adequate working opportunities. Satisfaction, meaning, and expression. Am I not at the forefront of this? Am I not? Am I not at the forefront of this? Like, I am the entitled millennial. Am I proud of that? Yeah. I am proud. Sorry, I can like drop my ego. I can relinquish. I'm only here. I'm nothing. Are you happy? I'm nothing. I'm at the forefront of this though. Holy fuck, I'm at the forefront. The chat is behind the stream. Okay. I'll refresh it. Too much honesty can bite you in the back. I mean, it can, but everyone just like cultivates. Damn, I don't. Okay, can I say something? I feel like a lot of the time, it's actually insane. A lot of the time when I just like start writing privately, it's almost like there's this audience in my head that I'm writing to, and when I tweet, it's like there's this audience that I'm tweeting to, and when I stream, there's an audience that I'm talking to, and when I'm hanging out with a friend, it's like there's a friend I'm talking to. It's like, it feels like everything is guided at people, everything, and finding honest expression is hard and strange, and I don't know. I'm thinking about that book I said that said there's no self, there's just thoughts that come, and I think about humans sometimes as like an individual, a self-interested individual playing the game of life, cooperating with other people when there's mutual benefit, and otherwise looking out for themselves or humanity as a whole, I guess, too. Benefiting the world is like a positive. Is this the hair up here? I need more weed. Do I? Like, really though, it feels like everything is guided at people. Like I'm just interacting in the world. Desire. That's a word. I have desire sometimes. Shut up, Jaden, or I'm gonna ban you. You're the main character of this RPG. I am the protagonist of reality. Me, the protagonist of reality. I'm here to save the world. And it starts with not voting for Donald Trump. You're all stars in the Narcissorite live stream. Special privileges as a sponsor, yeah, actually. If you go on Discord and you link your YouTube account to Discord, then you get a pink name. You're the protagonist. From your perspective, you're the protagonist. And from my perspective, I'm the protagonist. Even sold Worms Armageddon. Okay, I think we're gonna have to save Worms Armageddon for tomorrow. You're just a simulation program to accompany some other person's life. Oh, okay. Am I the true protagonist then, and everyone else is the simulation? Either next week or this week. Or we're gonna hang out or something and like try to... I wanna work on a cool thing. Okay, if everyone's the protagonist, then why don't we all just work together and don't hurt other people and don't cause other people harm, and that's about it. Yeah, tomorrow, I might, yeah, okay. Tomorrow could be like a Worms day. I think that could be okay. I know I'm not the center of everything, although sometimes I get a paranoid thought that I'm here to save the world, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. It's just this reality is so profound that sometimes I just wonder sent by God. What if I am God in a way? I'm a piece of the universe and I can influence it and I can guide it a little bit. A little bit. Messiah complex. Okay, the problem is everyone thinks everyone else is just an NPC. We're not NPCs. I mean, from what I can tell, we're all here, okay? And we're all alive. And it's like, we're alive right now. We're alive right now, and we're in this universe. Look at it, look around. And you won't be alive forever, and everything you know, everything you can imagine. When you die, you're gonna be wiped out. Doesn't that make you feel something? Doesn't that make you want to try to do what you can? Or does it make you apathetic? Does it make you just feel that... Sorry, the YouTube chat. I don't know why it's so far behind. It's probably because I've been streaming so long. You think you're addicted to me? You think we're all one. I think in a way we are all one, yeah. I never got into psychedelics. I still feel isolated though, because, okay, for example, not today, but another day I was walking. I was just walking, and another guy was walking kind of toward me, like across the street toward me. And as he was walking towards me at a brisk pace, once he got close enough, I felt a jolt of fucking anxiety, because I'm like, is this person like messing with me? Like, what is happening right now? And I felt, it like affected me, okay? Like, just that person walking near me just like triggered me. And they didn't do anything to me. They just happened to be walking like close to, like toward me and close to me, like kind of at me almost, but they were just like going in a direction. Are you okay, Yeti? Chip Chan, no. I have no idea who that is. You don't believe we are all one, maybe connected? Sick of life. But this is the only life you got, though. You just got this life, okay? That's what you have. That's all you got. Chip Chan streams her webcam 24/7 with little notes up. Doesn't interact with anyone, leave the house, she's really ill. I'm starting to stream like 12 hours a day. So I'm kind of I don't know. No, it was some like 40s white guy. Wait, what do you mean, Zach? Well, I will do that beneath me. Fuck you, Lou. Like, you have these fucking, like, racial, like, prejudices. I don't know, it's fucking stupid. Our consciousness. Our consciousness could somehow be in some like hyperdimensional fucking whatever, but I kind of don't think it is. because from what I understand, there's just like matter and it's like a process in my head. And everything needed for consciousness happens inside my fucking skull. And I don't see why that could not be true. And then if that's true, then it's gone after I die, then that's it. That's it. Well, Lou, it was a white guy, okay? Like... There is like a little more like racial tension in this country, I think, after all this shit that's been happening. I don't know, like this year. It's like annoying, and like this election, it's like ramping up during this election. I wish we were just past this. I wish we were just past this as like a species. Yeah, I'm reading the chat. There could be another you that your consciousness jumps to after your body dies. I'm not ruling it out. I think there's a lot of possible configurations of like reality, but I have my own belief. I get paranoid when I hear noise. Well, you don't take me at my word, Lou. And this is like a stupid point to argue over, so let's just move on. And by arguing over this point, we're like... like, let's just move on. I look sad because of the human condition. Well, it's probably time for me to sleep soon, really soon. And I'm gonna cut the stream in 20 minutes tops. A post-Trump America. I think it'd be terrifying, and I think I don't know how it'd go down. Like, I don't know how it would happen. I don't know. Canada. Actually, I need to get a passport. I have to get a passport. I have to like fill out that form and get a passport. I have to do that soon. Modify my controller. Well, I'm using like new controllers too, like the Wii U gamepad and the MX controller, whatever that is. And it's just my wrists are bad. You're my beta orbiter though, Lou. Sorry, Lou. I think I'm done playing videos. Maybe next time. Um, 12 hours every day, Rick. Every day. I did 12 hours yesterday, and I did 12 hours today. And tomorrow, I'm gonna do 12 hours. Oh my god, 12 hours of worms? We already watched some of your propaganda, so you should be satisfied. This is the end of the stream, okay? And I'm not gonna get into another political thing right now.